Good morning, everybody. I'm your host, Wispa from iGameOnline.net, and welcome back to Lord of the Rings Online. It's been a while since I've done this one, and I thought I would just jump in and see what is happening. You join us as we join Nostriel. Hello, Nostriel. As we stand just before Durin's, Durin's Spire. Is it Durin's Spire or is it Durin's Stone? Durin's Stone. Just on the banks of Miramare, Lake Miramare, on the small little border between Lorien, or Lothlorien as you propose to pronounce it, and let's take a little look around here, and the gateway into Khazad Dûm. Lake Miramar is a beautiful lake, first discovered by Durin, the eldest of the awoken dwarves. And as you look into the lake, you can see that it reflects the stars. See all the stars? The Milky Way. Don't know if we can make any stars out of it, but see the stars. Even though it's a beautiful cleared sky up well above us, there, clouds just crossing the reminiscence of the Misty Mountains. See them big tall peaks there. Beautiful cascading waterfalls. And the stars reflecting the conditions that are up in the heavens, actually in the waters of the lake. And legend says that when Durin woke up in the northern Misty Mountains and he ventured down this way, before he discovered, and you can see there the big giant carvings of Khazad Dûm, the big doorway there, the big giant carved gateway. He stopped by this lake and he had a look in, and when he looked inside in the lake, in the waters of the lake, he saw himself wearing a crown. It wasn't actually a crown, it was just all the stars were glittering around his head, and took that as a sign that he should build his kingdom here underneath the Great Mountain. You can see it there, the Great Mountain. Is a very tall spires on the top of that mountain that venture under Khazad Dûm, the cars of Khazad Dûm, and then obviously travel further deep into Moria. We did some running around in Moria. Moria is a very vast and dark and perilous kind of area, broken up into small little segments, zones of their own. It's a unique expansion pack if you're in Lord of the Rings and you're venturing around in there. It's an amazing pack. But this is where the Fellowship. This is where This is where Frodo and Gimli and Gandalf. No, well, not Gandalf, because Gandalf, obviously, if anybody's read the books or seen the movies and that, we lost poor Gandalf at the bridge of Khazad Dûm when he was fighting the Balrog of Moria, awoken from the depths. And all the adventurers, all our Fellowship, they escaped Khazad Dûm, they raced down here. And this was one place by Durin's Stone. This is Durin's Stone, big, huge monument that was placed here as a marker, as a remembrance of that first time when Durin the First, the father, the eldest of the seven dwarves that was awoken under the mountain in the first years, a reminder to that occasion when he discovered this beautiful lake. And of course, he started work on the kingdom of Moria under the mountains. And the Fellowship obviously escaped Khazad Dûm, and they stayed here. And then Gimli, joined by Frodo, looked into the waters of Miramar, and they saw the beautiful stars. And again, they confirmed the fable legend that they witnessed Durin's crown. It wasn't portrayed very well in the Peter Jackson movies. The scene was changed from, we didn't see any Lake Miramar in the Peter Jackson movie, which is a great shame. It's obviously there in the books, but it's not there in the movie. And that scene was replaced with as they escaped Khazad-dûm, or the escaped Moria on the far side, on the eastern side of the Misty Mountains, it was replaced with a scene of the hobbits weeping at the loss of Gandalf in the battle with the Balrog on the side of a mountain. Yes, the whole scene, the whole chapter of encampment by the lakeside was cut from the film, which is a great shame. It's a great shame. I was hoping they were going to put that in. I don't know if it was in the early drafts or if it was actually like if it was going to be decidedly cut from that entire segment. But if you're going to go back and read the book, it's a beautiful place to visit. And if you're a follower of our MERP series, you will notice that Lake Miramar, it plays predominantly for our adventurers in Lothlorien. Um, is a structured a little differently. The game developers have missed out one or two small pieces in this, but it's a beautiful, huge lake. On the far side of it, we have Gladriel's villa, a private residence where Gladriel entertains guests, and it's where adventurers can find the safe haven on the edges of Lake Miramar. It's not here, unfortunately, unless it's way up, up at the top of these hills kind of thing. There's a road that runs down the side here, and imagine it's just beyond that peak there, just by the waterfall. Um, and there is, and in the centre of the lake, there's supposed to be a safe haven, a records office, which Estoffe visited during that time in our map adventure. And right the way down the bottom is obviously the Elven Smiths. So it's a beautiful location. It's a lovely, lovely place. It's a lovely day in Middle Earth. It's quite. There's the sun. The sun's coming out. I can hear a wolf crying in the background. It's very, very nice. Let's do our duty roulette for the day. Let's have a little hit here and see what we get. Oh, we got some more scrolls of morale. That's useful. Let's just punch up our inventory and see what we've got. We carry an awful lot of rubbish. So what we're going to do is we're going to first of all kick off one of those because I like to use these pretty much right away. Now we've got a few quests we can do. See, we got to do some questing over here. Let's punch the map up and let's show you where we are. Here's Lake Miramar. As you can see there is there's something in the middle of the lake here. We might have a little mosey's over there and see if we can find it. I don't know what that might be, but let's go and take a check of it out. I got a ring here. I got some rings over in some orc encampment. That seems to be. This is the Misty Mountains that's running down the left-hand side of us. As we approach Lorien and towards the Vale of the Anduin, and we're going to just check down the left hand side here. We've got a few quests here to do. We've got some campsites on the right hand side there. There's an area, it looks like an orc encampment given the indication of the absence of trees and things, so we may do some adventuring there. We've got a nice little campsite. A beautiful statue. I guess this is a statue of Nimron. One of the elven ancestors. Let's just punch up some information on Nimron. Tragic story about Nimron. Let's wait for my internet to bring up these various pages of information. Nimrod, here we go. Nimrod, isn't Nimrod? No, it's not quite Nimrod. Let's take a look. No, not quite. Okay, but there is a statue over there. We will go and investigate and see what that statue is. And then we have Galadriel, the protecting veil of Lorien. All these trees all belong to Lorien. The river that leaves Miramir is the Calambrant. And then we have Nimrodel. Nimrodel. We might actually visit Nimrodel as well. As a lovely location. Lovely location. Located at Echad Andelstil. It's in the region of Lothlorien, so this is still within Lothlorien. Nimrodel is the name of the river that marks the borders of the woods of Lorien. So this kind of says this is Miramar, this is Lorien, this is the protective veil. Then we drop down into the Great Valley, the Great River. Along the banks of the river And then obviously towards the south of us we have Fangorn Forest and Rohan. If we just drop into the, you can see here we have this is Lorient. We have the Great River that sweeps south. This is all farmland, predominantly farmland. Um, there's a small little town kind of round here. Huge orc encampment over this side. Sorry about that, guys. Oh god, it's really cold in the United Kingdom today, and I've got sneezes. Oh, I've got my cup of tea with me to try and keep me warmed up. I've got the heating on because it is really, really cold. We had a little bit of snow yesterday. Hoping we may get some little bit more today. I know further up in the Dales, across our English countryside, they do have some snow flurries coming down on them. It is half-term week. That means half-term week is school recess week for our students. This week, so a few of them might be dropping in and watching this stream, and I hope you enjoy what you see. So we're going to be travelling down this riverside, this river lane kind of thing, and if you're a follower of our map adventures, you'll come across some of the locations. And there's a small town here. There's a small town around this area, very familiar with our people listening to map. And across the river, there is a huge orc encampment because way up here we have Mirkwood, we have Dol Guldur, the big tower of high sorcery, captained by the great lieutenant, the Nazgul Lord, um, the third of the nine. Is it third of the nine? Second of the nine? Second of the nine? Third of the nine? I keep getting them two mixed up. I think Dog of War, he was the third of the nine, wasn't he? Dog of War, the Dog Lord, the Nazgul in charge of the Wags and the Wolves and all that sort of stuff. We might bump into him later on. He be coming soon, I think, in towards spring in the Mordor expansion pack. He's going to be quite interesting, and as we go through the Teeth of Mordor, that's going to be an interesting area as well. Again, something that we may touch on our map adventure. So here we go. We are in Lorien. We are here. We're just standing by the great statue of the great stone of Durin, looking over. I'm going to venture a little bit further north because what I do is I need to trade in some bits and pieces. You can see here the great doorway into Moria. You see up to Moria, and we went venturing around in Moria. Moria is a huge area. It's a massively oversized area. There's lots of adventures, lots of quests. So many, in fact, that I've had to drop a few, and we'll return to them, and hopefully some of the guys will come online later, and we will be able to. Um, Thank you, Coalfell's Warden. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. Hopefully, we've only just started streaming, so hopefully a few more will drop in, and we'll be able to answer some questions and that. But we went to Moria, and we did some adventure around in Moria. It's a huge area. It's well worth the expansion pack. There must be over 1,000 quests in Moria. I had to drop an awful lot of them because I was capping myself on quest acceptance. I don't particularly like that because I like to venture off into these areas and explore them. And I was pretty much like, if I click on these, you can see these are huge areas. These are massive, massive areas. Some of them are very. The graphics department, the designers have done an amazing job in making each of these little segments. These little areas here, fantastically well designed. There's outdoor, snow kind of areas. You can see these are the great spires that we were talking about earlier. There's indoor garden areas. There is huge chasms and catacombs. There's winding tunnels. There's barren cave-like structures. Uh, the instances in here, yeah, I quite agree. The instances in this place are immense. I was in the Flaming Deeps. You can see all these little red flags, all these flags. They're places I have been, and the horses, the milestones, and all those kind of things I have used. It is absolutely immense, absolutely huge, and there are still dungeons and things that need to be run. But I'll give you guys a little bit of update. My inventory is pretty much, as you can see, chocker full of all sorts of rubbish. Mostly relic items kind of things. Yes, I still have bring up my character sheet, give you guys a good recap. I do have my relic items. You can see that I've maxed them out. My dagger seems to be at 60 of 60, completely maxed out. My bow, I do have a one here. It is here. It's 40 or 40. The bow seems to be capped at 40. And I have a crossbow which is a 20 or 60. It needs to be reforged, so I need to just drop it back in this area up here. So we're going to run along the banks of Miramar, to back towards Moria. Here we go. I've got into the habit of actually leaving my inventory up as well, guys, because it does fill up fairly quickly. Here we are. We're running back towards Moria. Heading back towards Moria. There's the encampment just outside Moria, and thank God it's there, because by the time you actually come out of Moria, you're carrying so much stuff. If you do manage to get out, because I would, if I'd advise anybody playing this game, I would say try to do as many quests as you possibly can inside Moria when you can do them. There's a lot of them in there that's fellowship based, instance based, and there's one or two that are time based as well. I had a one I had to complete within an hour, in something called the like a lumber yard kind of thing, like a timber thing, and it was I managed to do it quite easily, but there is plenty to do in there. But try to free up as much space as you can for accepting quests in and around Lake Miramar, because it is a lovely location. The quest distances between picking up the quest and actually traveling to the quest location, it's fairly very quickly. It's fairly done. There's a lovely campsite here. You can see I picked up a few quests here in the case of Blue. So let's start getting rid of some of these. Let's identify some of these. There we go. And let's just get these all identified. Yes, nothing of any particular interest, I'd imagine. I've got to reforge my crossbow. There we go, and let's have a look. Hunter damage over time. Yeah, we'll have that one, please. Thank you. I'm not naming any of my weapons. I'm going to wait until I get to these second relic weapons. One of the things I want to also bring up, guys, is that I ranked up on my Woodworkers Guild. And because of that, I collected an awful lot of legendary item recipes. You can see that they're all listed here. I went nuts. I spent about 50 gold pieces in all. I know you're probably thinking, oh my god, Whisper, what you been doing? 50 gold. I spent 50 gold buying all these legendary item things. And one of those things was the relic. You can see them here. Relic items here. And one of the things that I wanted is the resharped Hunter's Bow of the first stage. You can see it does 198 damage. And when I do manufacturing, get identified and unlock it and all the rest of it, I'll be able to actually pile some things onto it. I need a few bits and pieces. These I've got, these I've got, these I've got, these I've got, and these I might have a few of. But the symbol of the Elder King, I still need to actually get or manufacture. But we are doing considerably well, ranking up our association with the Woodworkers Guild. Wood is the most dependable dependent in game for recipes. Yes, that I've collected tons of wood. You can see here at my bottom, bag number 3. I know a lot of people like to merge their bags. Bag number 3 for me is full of wood and leathers, and I'm just stopping and just collecting anything and everything. It doesn't matter whether I've got it or not. The guild house, I will take you a little tour of the guild house. We'll drop off there in a second. But you can see my association here is starting to max out. I got kindred in an awful lot of places here. Woodworkers Guilds, I'm an artisan, and we still need to rank up a few more places as well. We do have a few new ones. The Elves of Lorien, I'm still neutral, so this one I'm going to be working on. But our reputation has maxed out for the Council of North, Bree, Thorin's Hall. So we are doing quite well. Quest-wise, let's punch up my quest list. I have 15 of 50. I still have a few in Kandum, which is in Agmar. I've still got my story thing to get on with. Lorien, I've got a couple, so I can hand a couple in here. I've got one or two still in Mori. You can see, yeah, I've got some ones to actually get rid of in Mori. I got some Flaming Deep ones as well. And we're still on the quest with Bingo Boffin. Bingo Boffin, who last time we checked has taken himself off to Lorien. Yes, we will be fundraising. We will be fundraising. Don't you worry. We will be making some things, and we will be selling them, and that sort of stuff. I still have an awful lot of furniture. I have furniture recipes that that I can create some items and shove them on the market boards, and we'll take a look at that. So let's get these relics out the way, because yeah. So let's deconstruct some of these. So these are completely useless to me. There's another gem of fortune. I have thousands of these gem of fortunes now. Um, there we go, and I've got another scroll of renewal. You can see here me reforging. I have got 25 to 30 of pretty much everything that's tier 1. Some tier 2 stuff, I have maybe half a dozen or so. Some tier 3, I've got some odds and ends. I have all the way up to tier 9. Let's have a look here. See, I've got a red agent gem of fortune on tier 9. So I'm starting to get the tier 9 stuff. And I've got a gem of avoidance here. So they are starting to actually pile up, which is good. That's what we want. Let's just check our loot and see if let's collect some of this stuff here. Yeah, let's go back and just get these out the way as well. We'll hand in some quests and we'll take a little adventure around Lorien. Beautiful place. See if we can find Lady Gladriel, the Queen of the Forest, or Queen of the Forest Realm was a complete title. Let's deconstruct some of these. We don't need these. I've got no interest in. I'm just going to collect all these tokens. Like I say, you go into Moria with virtually nothing in the way of legendary items, and you come out with hundreds of them. You can't possibly keep them all. I wouldn't even pretend to try and keep them all. Let's get rid of some rubbish. There's a provider over here. Hello, Eastern Earth. Eastern Earth. He's out here. Let's go and check with him. Let's repair some gear. Anything worth trading for? Well, I might have a few bits and pieces, but let's take a look. I might have something I want to get rid of. I'm sure there will be. That robe can go now, because it raises my agility a little bit. Yeah, that's quite good. I'm going to get rid of that. I've got a better one now. Let's loot everything else. The good thing is it puts it on the bottom, so all I can do is just scroll to the bottom and just get rid of it all. There we go. Okay, there's no crafting table around here. There's our milestone. I've attuned myself to the milestone. Let's just take another look. I like Miramar. It's a beautiful place. And see if we can... Oh, I don't want to fall in the water. I'm not sure if we can swim across it, and I don't really want to chance it, guys. There's the big giant. Let's go and take a look at this. This beautiful carving. Look at that. Beautiful card. That's Khaz of Doom. Khaz of Doom. And you can see it's guarded there by the dwarves. With a wonderful carving of Durin. There's the crown. And above the crown you can see the stars. Yeah, so that reflects the legend of when Durin came down and he looked down into Lake Miramar and saw a crown above his head. It wasn't really a crown, it was actually the stars reflected in the lake. Beautiful place. And the doorway seems to be his kind of like it's at the opening of his beard, and the doorway is like where his mouth would be. Amazing detail. Let's go running off up here. I just want to see what is along here, because there is a road that leads up into the mountain. There's some orcs. I'm just going to finish some of these orcs off because there we go. Just put a few arrows into him. Let's fire him back now. There we go. Let's get rid of him. Let's keep our collector up because I like to keep an eye on what's going on inside that thing. This looks like it's kind of like it's probably some Orc Pass encampment. There's some Khazad-Skun deposit, which is a metal or mineral of some sort. Some broken down trees. We start seeing broken down trees. Signs of destruction or neglect. It's not really a good sign, is it, guys? So let's finish you off, and let's finish you off as well. There we go. A few quick shots and they're finished now, which is pretty good. I'm really looking forward to getting my above the second age on above the first stage rather, so I can do some serious damage. I want to be able to just drop things and just get on and show you people the wonderful world of J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. We're heading up into the mountains now. I know we're going in the completely opposite direction to our quest indicator, but I just want to see what's up here. I mean, that should be. Oh, look at that beautiful view! This is where I wanted to see this wonderful view of Lake Miramar. And I say there's Durin's Stone. Durin's Stone. If you're a reader of Lord of the Rings, you'll come across that segment where they stood by Durin's Stone and looked into the water. It's fantastic. Let's go a little bit further into. There's another orc encampment up here. So the further we venture up into the Misty Mountains, this is heading back up in the Misty Mountains. And if you are a follower of MERP or the Iron Crown Enterprises modules, you know that there is watchtowers positioned all along these Misty Mountains, set up by the elves, to keep an eye on the inhabitants of Moria, to report any strange goings-ons. Looks like there's a small group. I'm going to just go over and have a look at this waterfall. It's a beautiful waterfall. Let's finish you off. There we go. Let's finish you off as well. I'm going to keep the Dawn Rose because I'm starting to collect an awful lot of metals and woods and leathers, resins and flexes for our crafters in the group. Let's just have a little bit of a venture up here. Heading back into the Misty Mountains, but we're not going through Moria. We're going over. We're going over. Just interesting. This is just curiosity. I don't know if anybody's actually tried this or thought about doing this, but I'm just going to have a quick look and see what's up here. Amazing views over the land of Lorien. And when we start getting towards the expansion, I'm going to go through all these areas again. I'm going to do a little picture postcard from Middle-earth series. Look at there we are. Right in the middle of Lake Miramar is the Pleiades. You can see that, the Seven Sisters, the Pleiades. Can't quite see Orion. Orion must be just under that mountain range there. Beautiful. Amazing stars. So if I just position it, there we go. There we are, like the crown of Durin. Now we've got the crown of Nostriel. Keep going, to check a little bit further. It probably ends in a complete dead end or some sheer cliff or something like those lines, but we'll just check to see where it goes. Ooh, nice cup of tea. That's what we need. Cold day today. Let's just finish you off. And keeping that. These are our next level portions ranking up kind of thing. Furthermore, in the mountains, there's something there. I can't quite make it out. There is a goblin there. I'm just going to leave him alone. And the intention is not to kill everything that walks. Digging west. Says I do have a quest here, so I've got to take out 8 of them. Okay, so there's 1 of 8. Okay, let's keep heading our way into over the top of Khazad-dûm. Finish you off, there we go. It's definitely an orc encampment. You can see they have these banners. Finish you off, there we go. There's Orc Berserker, let's finish you. I'm just going to make sure I've turned on all my little squirrel and my... Drop you. Let's keep the scrolls, because we like to be able to keep the scrolls. We want to be able to hand them into our fellow adventurers, who are members of the kingship. Is there a person up there? Okay, we're not sure what this is. There is a person up here. He seems to be stood in the middle of the snow. I think it's another adventurer. Oh, there we go. It doesn't seem to go anywhere. That doesn't seem to go anywhere. However, there is a sword kind of stuck in the snow here. Let's see if I can shoot a few more. Oh, I was going to shoot a few more orcs, but apparently they're doing the job for me. Let's see if I can just wander down here and maybe finish a couple of more orcs off. Let's have a look at our map. Yes, we are in this area. See, we're coming down off the mountain. Then this is the scene. This is the area. This is the scene that replaced the campsite by Lake Miramar in the Fellowship of the Ring. The scene where the Fellowship stopped by Lake Miramar was cut from the movie. I don't particularly understand why, but it was. But it's in the book. It's in the book. And if you want to go ahead and read that, then please feel free. Let's say finish that one off. Take another look over this beautiful lake of. Here we are. Look at this huge lake of. Is that? Can't quite make Orion out. It is down there, sort of just coming into view now. There's the Pleiades just reaching the shore. There's Durin Stone. Down there is Lothlorien, and further beyond that, the Anduin and the realm of Rohan. We've got a lovely waterfall here, and if you listen to our map series, then this is the setting for Galadriel's villa, which is kind of down somewhere down the bottom there. Wonderful lake. It's a huge lake. It's a massive lake. The view from here doesn't really give it kind of justice, but it is a huge lake. I'm not sure if you can swim it. I don't particularly want to go jumping in it and finding out. I might something I might try out. I don't know. But let's just finish off these orcs up here. We've gone up into the Misty Mountains again. There we go. How many of these have got to get? Enough. Oh, I've got to kill a few up here in this area, not just any orcs on the mountains. It has to be in a particular area. Okay. Well, that's fine. There was another adventurer up here. The sun is just crossing the mountains. I don't want to be on the mountains at night. Here we are, the fallen ice. Let's see if we can take out some of these, get this quest handed in, and finish with. Then now we can venture straight into Lothlorien. I can show you guys how beautiful that area is. Maybe you can find Lady Galadriel. Be interesting. Did that adventurer oh no, the adventurer's still up there fighting. Hope they're having a great day wherever they're doing. Anybody wants to know what server we are gaming on? iGame Online members game on the US Brandywine server. Right, okay, you are finished, buddy. Right, let's get down off this mountain now. We're going to leave the mountains behind, the caves, the darkness, and the tunnels. I didn't really want to do a lot of filming in the dark and the tunnels because it is very difficult for you guys to see, especially watching the stream. It's very difficult for me to actually run around in dark underground tunnels. So I thought I'd pick the story up where we have gone into Moria. We've done some running around in Moria, and Moria is one of those expansion packs that you really need to experience for yourself. It's well worth getting. And if you are looking to join Lord of the Rings, or if you're a part-time gamer of Lord of the Rings, go check out go check out Moria. It's amazing detail. The work, the design work into such a huge area is amazing. I still need 200 of these orcs, but I've got a feeling we're going to run an awful lot of them, especially along the banks of the Anduin. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to kill every single one of them, because I don't want to have most of this video of just me running around, Australia running around, killing things. I'm just going to take a few out at a time. So I'm coming back down onto Lake Miramar. I don't want to get too close to the edge because I don't want to slip and fall in and end up having to reshoot all this again. Let's take this down here. Well outside range, but yes, I'm just going to drop a few of these. Got a Warden's Axe to the 3rd age. Don't have any Wardens. Drop a few of these. I'm going to exchange some of these in, get these out the way, and then we're going to go adventuring and do some quests further south. We'll follow the lakeshore south onto the Kellenbrand, which is the river that joins the River Anduin, and just at that point there is a round structure, kind of like almost like a signal station. And they have beautiful boats on that river, beautiful swan-shaped boats, white, with mithril inlays on them. They're really, really nice, and hopefully we'll be able to get to see one of those, and maybe be able to actually ride on one of those as well. Beautiful boats. Let's take us away down here and getting this in. That's you done, buddy. Okay, let's deed complete. Yes, we've done some quests there with Union's Bane. Any more quests we need a hand in here? No, I'm going to get rid of these relics. Where's my relic people? There we are. Come.
Welcome to Lothlorien.
Welcome to Lothlorien. Thank you. Yeah, let's just pick up some of these. Any other ones? No, that's it. Okay, let's do what I always do, which is get rid of... Oh, I must allocate my points. I must allocate my points. Keep forgetting I need to do that. Where is my... There we go. Deconstruct some of this stuff. Yeah. There we are. We've got some more scrolls. Bits and pieces and things like that. We've got some more points. Let's... Nope, wrong one. I need my relic item. Let's assign some points. Where is it? Here we go. I've got 210. I want to put up the DPS. As high as it will possibly go then. I want well, some focus. There we go. That'll do us for now. We'll save a few points. Right, let's go and get some quests done over this far side. So we're going to leave this encampment. Oh, there we go. We'll head over to Durin Stone. There's our respawn spot right on the banks of the Muramir. It looks like we can actually go down to the water. I'm going to just step in. Oh. It's a little shallow to begin with, but then there's a sudden drop off. You can see there's the stars that are reflected in the water day and night. You can see it's day now, it's slightly overcast with clouds, and you won't see any... You see the clouds in it, the clouds are kind of still there, but there's these beautiful stars, and they seem to be in the bottom of the... not on the water, but like in the water, so to speak. It's very difficult to describe, but the way it's done is really, really well. I mean, look at that. That is fantastic. I love the detail they've got into that. And I'm glad they've actually kept that in, because it is a magical kind of place. First discovered by Durin the First, the eldest of the 7 dwarfs that were awakened under the mountain. Durin the Deathless. That's apparently what his title was. Who's this guy? I just need to shoot him a couple of times, that's all. Let's finish him off. So let's head over to Durin Stone. Durin Stone seems to be like overrun by orcs at the moment, which is not Not the kind of thing you really would like to see the orcs actually taking over these memorable locations, these poignant markers. They probably have no respect for the importance of such things as this. Um, stood since the very first age, the first age of Middle-earth, because we're in the area where the rings of power were forged. The rings of power were forged just in Egrion, just a little to the west of us, on the other side of the Misty Mountains, on the far side of Moria. That's where the Elven Smiths created. Do I need to kill him? I don't need to shoot him. That's a good thing. Um, the Elven rings, well, the Elven rings were forged there, and obviously that's where Sauron took on the form of, when he was Sauron the Beautiful, took on the form of an elf, and learned the art of ring making, and thus created for himself the One Ring as well. But he also, in doing so, he assisted in the creation of the 9 rings that went on to the mortal men, the kings of Aenor, and thus they became the ring wraiths in time. Fascinating history, fascinating history. Let's just finish some of these off. Do I need to kill any more of these people? I need to kill nearly 100 more, so, but I'm going to just check my map and see where the quests are. Predominantly they're all over here in some kind of an orc encampment. It looks like a lot of the orcs have come out of Moria, because these are labelled as being Moria orcs. And they come down off the mountain. Come here, you. There we are. Let's just shoot you a couple of times. Come down off the mountain, or come out of the Khaz of Doom. Come out of Moria. And they are... I don't know if they're preparing for an attack on Lorien, or they could possibly be defending against Lorien. It's probably they're preparing an attack against Lothlorien, against the Queen of the Forest, who is Galadriel, of course. Let's grab these branches here, because, like everybody in the stream keeps on telling me, wood is an absolute necessity for crafting anything. Wood and metals. So I can't get the metals, I have to leave that up to the other guys in the team. They have to do some prospecting. We might do a little bit of that later on today. If we can get Zenwing on, he'll drop in. Let's finish you off. There we go. Let's keep the fibres. The fibres are always something that I'm keen on keeping. I want to make sure that we've got plenty of supplies for our kingship members. Our kingship members, let's just bring up give you guys an update. Bring up the social panel. Here we are in kingship. We're still rank 7. We have got a month and 2 weeks, a little over a month and 2 weeks before we go to rank 8. So we're not doing too bad. Now we'll give you a little tour of the building. We've furnished it quite well. Oh, there's some soft dirt. I think I need to collect that. Let's get rid of... clear the area first. Probably wasn't the best shot. Let's finish you off. Yeah, you're gone. Okay, let's get this soft dirt. It says I need to plant a banner. Let's plant a banner. I need to plant 2 banners. Ah, nice cup of tea. There's the first banner, nice blue banner. Let's see, what type is it? It's kind of... Now there we are, it's Dune's banner. You can see, because it's got the crown there. Yeah, let me just zoom out a bit here with the diamonds. There we are, the gem stars above it. And then we have the symbol of the dwarves, which is kind of like that inverted triangle kind of thing. And an anvil and a hammer on it. So it's Durin's banner. We need to plant that. So I need to get a few more people in here somewhere. So I'm looking around. Let's take out some more orcs. Maybe we can take him out. That'll bring me up to a good number. That's it. That's you finished. There we go. Let's finish you down as well. Oh, archers. Don't like those. I'm guessing we'll probably have to go somewhere in the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the berserker because they look very, very big. Let's take out the small little siege masters. There we go. Right, let's see, finish you off. Again, a little bit of experience, not getting an awful lot, but it's money we're after the most. Do I need to kill him? I do, so let's get rid of him as well. Don't like this guy. He looks like he's a commanding orc garrison sergeant of some sort. Get rid of him. There we go. And we've got another defiler. Let's get rid of him. Let's clear this entire encampment, I think. Anyone else? Siege Master. I don't particularly need him, but we might as well clear the area and then I can have a proper exploration and look around. That's it, you're out the way. Okay, let's have a look around, see if there's anything I need to pick up or drop. I don't think so. Okay, that area's secure. Let's take a look back through here. There's the banner I put up. Let's get rid of you. I've got a guy on the side here. The Siege Master. I'm guessing it's going to be in... Yeah, it looks like it's just where that guy's come out. So let's... finish some of these off. Triple shot, come on, that's it. There he goes, he's down. Okay, we're collecting more bits and pieces. Oh, damn, walked straight into that one, didn't I? That wasn't good, let's... Don't like these cursed tombs, these totems. To get rid of it, that's it. There's a guy up here. Do I need to... Yes, I do. I need to actually get him first. Again, another looks like there's a garrison commander or a lieutenant or a captain or... There we are, it's come up, says defeated that one. That's good. There we go. Okay, right. Let's get ourselves out of here. Oh. One just spawned straight in the doorway. Don't want to go past infused adamant. Aquamarines, keep all this stuff. Get you down. Okay, let's head in the direction of... I'm not going to bother shooting everything. You're too close, so you're going to have to go. You're down. Look at these branches, because, like I said, there's... I want to try and get the next branches on. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's a... Is it beech? I can't remember. What is it? Let's take a look. Wood. Birch. Sorry, birch. It's beech. What is one of these? That was close. Birch. I need some birch, but I'm not too sure where that's at. And that's probably way down into the Lothlorien because I've been picking the Ixtlion up, which is the kind of that tall treeish kind of thing. From Egrion all the way through Moria, all the way through to this side to Miramare. So I guess we're going to be leaving that behind fairly soon. And when we get into you can see just in the distance there, I can see that trees are changing slightly. See, look at the tall white trees. It's like an oil painting. It's a beautiful, beautiful design. Let's come down this hill here. It looks like there's another orc encampment here. I can see the stakes. Let's get rid of some of these. Just clear a path. We don't want... Looks like there's wags down there as well. Looks like some looks like some wags down there as well. And you can see across the. From this height, you can't really make out the stars. Looks like. Let's have a look. Yep, I need to kill an awful lot of these wags. So ravagers. Let's take these out. There we go, and take this wolf out as well. Let's see, can I... Don't want to put a trap down. I do if I shoot it, it'll come running at me. And hopefully it'll run into the trap. It's not even running, it's walking. There we go, so I'll leave the trap there, I don't mind. It'll disappear after about 3 minutes. It does have a cooldown on it. That's a wag sleeping in the sun. Let's see if I can quickly... Everything out here seems to have an awful lot of, like... Oh, another tablet. One of those things that also upgraded, guys. I spent a lot of tokens. I do have... Let's take a check. I do have... was it just over 200? 328 points. But I did get the purse upgrade, which meant I can chuck all my tokens and gems and shards and all those kind of things. I can throw all those into my money bags, which is great, which means they're not taking up any space in my vault, and they're also not taking up any space in my inventory. And when I do collect those kind of things, just get gold string across the clock top, and it automatically goes into my money, my purse, which is great. So it means when I do come across traders and barters and all the rest of it, I will automatically have those in my possession, which is a good thing. I think we're going to get the orc deed fairly soon. The amount of orcs I'm having to take out. I'm looking around. I can see I can take out this orc warrior here. There's an emissary up there. I don't know if I need that person, probably. I'm just going to take out as many as I can in this. Let's get the... Oh, there's the dirt where I need to put up that banner. Whether that makes a difference to their stats, probably not. I think it's just a quest. Two powerful shots right in to him, followed by 3 more. There we go. Let's collect that. Anything else? Let's get this standard put up. There we go. And another. Is it Durins? I'm gonna guess it's. Can't really see it. From this side, I can see from that it's in shadow at the moment. But from this side, it looks like it's another banner of Durin, which is awesome. Kind of stacking our claim here. This is Durin's land. A lot of people make the assumption that this Lothlorien is land of elves. It is not. It's not. It's predominantly the land of dwarves and elves. The elves tend to keep themselves in the forest. There's been some strange happenings, some strange things happening inside Moria, and they've left that to the dwarves to sort out. Of course, we all understand that there is the none other than the Balrog of Moria. They have awoken something in the depths. And the elves kind of blame the dwarves for that, because the dwarves got a little bit greedy and started digging a little too deep. Deeper than they should have. Remember, this area has been here since the First Age. So, those demons, servants of Sauron and of Melclaw, that escaped Utumno and escaped Angbang, and the battle with the Vala escaped into places in the depths of Middle-earth. So they escaped into the depths of Middle-earth, and one of those depths was Moria, and there it slept for a considerable amount of time until the dwarfs got a little greedy, started doing some digging, and subsequently woke it up. Okay, I got a one here called Duzgul. He looks like he's definitely a rider captain. He's now dead. I don't think he dropped anything of any interest. No, but I might get a quest to come back and finish him later, so hopefully he'll respawn. Let's get those branches. Let's do a little bit of running around here. There's still a few things I need to do. It says I need to actually destroy 7. It says 6 riders. Riders. There's a rider there, so yeah, he definitely counts. So let's finish him off. Let's get the. There we go. Is there another? Oh, that's just a. We're at 118 of 200 of our orc deed. There he is. That's him finished. Ravagers. They just count as a wag deed or wolf deed. Let's take him out of there. Keep the leathers, because with leathers and woods and things like that always come in handy. So let's. Trying to spring an attack. I'm looking for riders again. Is that a? That's a rider. Is there any more dotted around? So I'm looking around. There's an orc emissary up there. I don't know if. I don't need to get him yet. There's a warrior, defiler. There's a. Looking for rider. The little kind of things pointing me in this direction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little venture back up here. Is this a path that leads... oh, it's going further up. It's going further up. Ah, there we are. Let's take him out again so he does respawn. That's a good thing. Take him out. Yes, okay, let's get back to... oh no, I've got to take out another rider. So let's have a route around. Damn, I'm being attacked by something. I don't know what. Somebody's shooting me. Ah, come on. You finished. Let's... this is going to put up my... there we go. Let's grab all these bits and pieces. They're very, very handy. I hope I run into a vault. There's a rider. Let's see if we can get you. And then we can go back and hand all these quests in. Did an awful lot of quests there. That's it. That's you down now. Oh, well, just as we got... I know, sweetie. So we can get rid of this lot. Here we go. So that's all them done. Let's see if we can get through here. Here. Down? I guess it's down. Down's good. Down's good. Down will take us to the water. Eventually. There we go. Let's keep going. Get rid of another rider here. Start giggling away from themselves and then they drop dead. It's pretty not orcs. Ooh, tarnished. Right. That's the other thing I've been collecting as well, guys. I mean, I'm going to get to show me in my vault. I've been collecting a lot of these heritage, tarnished heritage and tarnished legendary and all that kind of stuff. I've been collecting an awful lot of those. And I've been stockpiling them. And the idea is that if I get my second age or first age weapon, I'm just going to immediately go ahead and just rank the hell out of it, to be honest. There we go. Let's grab that Dawn Rose. That's very, very good. Okay. We don't want to be... This is the... Look at these beautiful waterfalls. Let's head back down to the lake shore and get these handed back in. Oh, that's a bit of a fall. There we go. Let's get going. Let's see. Here we go. Got some first deer. There's an orc there. Let's take the orc and not the deer, hopefully. Boom. Let's see. Where are we at? We need to go up this path here. So this path here. Hopefully there'll be an offshoot somewhere. Let's keep going. See if we can get back along this path. We don't want to go into the orc camp, so I'm going to just skirt around it here. Here we go. So you can hear the waterfalls, the rivers coming down, melted snow off the misty mountains. See this? Oh, he saw us. I was hoping he wasn't going to see us, but he did see us. Never mind, we'll just finish him off. Oh yeah, towards the spires of Castle Doom. You can see them like just outlining in the sky there, just in the clouds. Back up into the mountains. There we go. There's Durin Stone. We have the lake just rising down on the right hand side. Beautiful lake. Let's keep going. Make our way back to the campsite. Hand in all this stuff. Get some more of those invisible token kind of things. Keep our stockpile. And then we do come to get our second age weapon. So I've still got 34 minutes on that. That is great. So we've been recording for about an hour or so. Hit a few of these orcs on the way past, why not? Yeah, oh, there's some branches. Let's get some branches. We know we're always in the need for these kind of things. There we go. Let's take a few of these out on the way past. Always handy, isn't it? Some extra points there. There we go. Extra points, and again, they always compete. Like, continue to our deed, eh, Zen? I mailed you something. Probably find it really, really useful. I'm on the far side of Mori at the moment. I ditched an awful lot of quests. I really couldn't carry all those quests, which was ridiculous. I will go back and we'll do some more Moria stuff. But I have freed up my inventory and I have freed up my... Yeah, let's just finish him off. Freed up my inventory and I freed up my quest log as well. A lot of the quests I was picking up in Moria were all repeatable fellowship quests, so I kind of dropped them all. I can go back, I did double check, I can go back and get them again, so that's not a big problem. But I'm on the edge of Miramar, Lake Miramar, just before we get to Lorien. And I'm just finishing, like, doing some deeds in this area. I'm going very, very far. There's a lot of branches and things like that. And I am picking up what I can. But I did send you a new weapon. A nice new weapon. By about time. That's cool, Zen. Hopefully you'll be able to pick that item up and then you'll be able to come and do a little bit of running around with us. And try out your new item. It's quite a good one. It's a second age item. It's a second age axe for your particular race and class. So it does a load of damage, an awful lot of damage. Oh, there's our adventurer. Hello there. Wonderful outfit. Let's just take a look at this. This is a lovely outfit. Inspect this here. They got themselves anonymous, so we can't check them out, which is a great shame. Okay, let's hand these quests in. Just to this campsite here. You can see here I am there. That is the gateway to Moria. So we're going to start handing these in. Let's hand these in. There we go, ranked up again. And we got some axes. And okay, well, we'll take that one. Let's get these solo quests. The solo quests are the ones I'm going to concentrate on. That's okay. Oh, I'm select one. Yes. No use to me at all. Any of these things. So I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the helmet. I can always sell the helmet, can't I?
Greetings.
23 agility, that's not going to get me anything, so I'll take the shield, sell the shield. We go, ranked up again. We are
What's the meaning of this?
ranking up real quick here. 39 agility and its shoulder pads. That's 36 agility. Yeah, I'm going to take them shoulder pads. They are significantly better. 33 points to put on that one. Hunt damage over time. I want to try and rank that up a bit because I know it that like utter damage like DTS damage over time. But I've got 19 points. I'm going to do range modifier as well, so they can't avoid my shots. I need to sell some stuff.
Might you lend me an ear?
We'll have that one as well. They're going to raise my reputation as well. I need reputation points for the land of Lothlorien. Let's repair some stuff. Yep, repair all this, and we'll sell some garbage as well. Those things I did pick up from those quests are completely useless to me, so let's get rid of the helmet. No, keep the shoulders, because we know the shoulders are quite good. Get rid of the shield. Yep, let's get rid of the shield. And the sword is no use to me whatsoever. It's a one-handed sword. 124 damage. It does a lot more damage than what the weapon I've got at the minute is, but I want to buy that back. Or was it the brushed leathers? Let's have them back. Sell. Yeah, we've almost maxed out on our superior recipes in the what do you call it, the chest, so to speak, in the house. So let's I think I'll learn any more of these. Oh, I've got a scout spear recipe. Yeah, we might as well learn that. Go on. There we go. That's a good one. So the majority of these I'm going to just. We'll have that one. We'll have that one. We'll keep the rose gold because that's going to be useful to us. It's going to be expensive as hell, but we're going to keep it. There we go. Let's keep all that kind of stuff. Right, let's go over and start trashing in some of these items here. So that can go. Yeah. Brilliant. Let's go and hand in some of these and deconstruct them all because they are very handy for deconstructing. We've got a third age. Yeah, third age, third age, third age. Nothing new out of that kind of stuff. More. Like I say, I've got, I mean, 20s and 30s of these little relic items. So let's start picking up some more. We'll have that one, we'll have that one, we'll have that one, and we'll have that one. Any more floating around in there? Probably not. No, it doesn't look like there is. So what I'm going to do is get these identified, and then we'll...
Hail, what brings you to Lorien?
What brings me to Lorien? That's a good question. What brings me to Lorien? Oh.
Well met, friend.
Um... Nils Messenger. We'll have the dagger. We'll have the dagger. Shall we take the dagger? What's the boots like? 23 agility, and the Matthean boots give me 49 agility. So I'm going to take the dagger. I'll take the dagger. I don't have enough room, so let's get rid of these items first.
Welcome to Lothlorien.
Deconstruct. Yeah. More little pieces.
I am at
I'll
your
take the dagger. And we rank that up, no problem at all. So, legendary items up again. I got 18 points. Let's throw it into bow focus cost. So I can shoot a little faster. I'll build my bow focus up a little quicker. My dagger there. Now I do have another dagger. So let's bring up my character sheet. I have this dagger here, which gives me 10 agility, which is completely terrible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap it. I'm going to see if I can swap it for this elf dagger. There we go. And that gives me well, probably something a little bit better. Let's have a look. No, let's swap it back for that one. Oh, it does more damage. That's what it does. I was wondering what's the where I took it, but it does more damage. 127 over 100. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of it because 127 over 100. Now 27 points is not actually 27 points. Let's also bring up my character sheet. I'm gonna swap out these. Shoulder guards of drinking. Let's get rid of those. Put those in my inventory, and let's put out these ones, which is Dark Arts Protection because it's got a plus 39 agility. I'm just gonna put my agility up to 793. And if you hover over it now, it brings a little thing up at the top of the screen. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but when you hover over your stats now, it puts a little kind of statistic table at the top of the table, at the top of the screen. This is really cool. So hover over it, and it tells you what it contributes towards. So it says, I got agility 793, which is 100. That's actually 112 plus 681. So I'm mountains of agilities going on mine. And agility for me is very, very important. Might, it says, as a hunter, might increases your block and parry rating. Well, my idea is I'm not going to get that close, so it ain't going to happen. Vitality, as a hunter, vitality is important for you, so I need my vitality to be up as well, and that's why I've got 322 on it. It's not as high as my agility, and that's one of the reasons why my health is not as high as anybody else's in the particular game. So, increases your maximum morale, that's, yeah, and resistance rating and non-combat morale regen. So if you're wanting to auto regen inside combat or anything like that, then you need to get your vitality up massively. So if you hover over it, it does tell you what you are aiming towards now. And as a hunter, increases your tactical mastery, tactical mitigation, and resistance rating. Well, I just shoot that mine's fine. So fate, and as a hunter, fate increases your critical rating, in combat morale regen. So if you want to like automatically start retrieving health during combat, you need a ton of fate as well. So if you're a fighter, I will go for vitality and fate. If you're a magic user, then I will go for will. If you're a hunter, then I will go for agility. I'm probably fate, fate. I don't know, fate as well, because you want critical rating. You want to be able to take something out with the first shot. So if I look at my agility, which is the highest stat, it says it contributes 6,344 points to physical mastery rating. Physical mastery rating, being able to actually hit something physically, not magically, physically. 793 points to critical rating. That's so I can do maximum amount of damage with a single shot. Um, 1,586 points to parrying rating, and 2,379 points to evade rating. So my agility is, and I'm going to work on my agility. I want to try and get them scores even higher. Yeah, I want to get those scores even higher. Um, and you can see that because of that, my critical rating is in the thousands. My physical mastery, again, if I hover over it, it does tell me exactly what they all do now, which is quite nice. Um, my physical mastery is in 8,000. So I really want to start piling the stats on now. So that's that done. I'm not going to keep that. I'm not going to keep that. Although I mean they are nice. I can sell them still, so at least I can get rid of them. I'm not stuck with them. And a few other bits and pieces. I am carrying an awful lot of gear, so I'm going to see if I can sell some stuff. Where is my trader? There they are. They're over there. My fingers seem to be slipping off the keys for some reason. There we go.
Why do you trouble me with your
Let's
mundane
repair. When
wares?
on repair's fine. So get rid of that dagger. Didn't serve any purpose to me whatsoever, actually, when I looked at it. Where are those shoulder pads? Let's get rid of those shoulder pads. 14 silver for shoulder pads. Everything else I'm going to try and keep, because it is kind of useful stuff, although a lot of it is just going to get chucked into the vault for later. And the people that are watching the stream and been advising me and sending me messages and things like that have advised me to do a lot of stockpiling in the early part of the game. A lot of stockpiling, because recipes later on are expensive, and the quantity of ingredients to be able to create those particular items disappear rapidly. So where I was saying I had like 1,000 planks of wood and all the rest of it, they say that to build some things later on, you need to actually like convert those into solid pieces of wood. Then you have to have them as mithril inlaid pieces of wood, and it dwindles down very rapidly. So when you first start off like maybe 100 pieces of wood, that could easily drop down to about 10 just by grading them up. And when you come to making level like first age armors and relics and things like that, then you do need a huge assortment of resources to actually just begin that crafting path. Okay, so we are. Let's see where we've got a couple of quests. We've got a couple of quests. Like I said, they're both down. They're kind of down in this area here. Let's have a look at our quest log. I would say we don't have an awful lot. I've got one there. I'm going to turn on. It's Lorien. It is completed. I'm going to turn Bingo on as well, because I know we kind of know Bingo seems to have shot off somewhere on one of the boats. We do have loose ends in the North Downs as well, which we will go back to, because it is a huge dungeon. A huge dungeon. I know Zenwing has been running around in that dungeon, and hopefully he'll have found those statues. I know I found one of them, but it isn't eventually be able to run around inside that kind of thing. And I want to get some items here, then we're going to return back to that dungeon and we're going to continue the story saga. I do have a couple of quests still in Moria to round off. So, it looks like it's getting dark. It looks like you can see that the ground around us is darkening. The light from the fires kind of like reflecting lovely off that of the surrounding rocks. So let's go and do these extra couple of quests just to the south. It's in the Orc encampment, and I'm sure it's something to do with this. That person still stood there in that regeneration, so I was maybe AFK. Back down to Duran Stone, that big stone pointer that was put there in the first age when Duran came across Lake Miramar and founded Khazad Dûm and later Moria. I was going to say, Moria originally is called Khazad Dûm. It was called Moria after the orcs moved in. Mor meaning dark, as in Mordor, as the Dark Land. Moria meaning the Dark Passage. So if you ever come across anything with more in it, M-O-R, derivative from the Sindarin meaning dark. So it's an advantage being able to know these little bits of lore in Lord of the Rings, because it does give you kind of an indication when you do see names and places and things like that. Like one of those things is Morgul, which is a Morgul blade, which is a sword carried by the ring wraiths, which means dark sorcery. Gul meaning sorcery, Mor meaning dark. So one of those places we're going to go to is Dol Guldur, which means Dol meaning tower. Gul, as we've just talked about, means sorcery. Dor meaning land or earth or stone. So we're going to the tower of sorcery. That's the stone tower of sorcery. So Dol Guldur is the tower of high sorcery, which is going to be interesting. Catch you later, Zen. Hope you're having a good day. See you in about 5 hours. And we'll still be streaming then. We'll have a little break for lunch, obviously, but we will just do a little bit of running around in this area. Some more stone tablets. Let's get just getting some resources. Let's get some more of these branches here. Actually, what we'll do is we'll pick those up on the way back. It's getting really dark now, and Lake Mirrormere, although it's beautiful to look at, it's one of those places you don't want to be at night. I mean, when you're in Moria, it is that dark. You can hide in the shadows and hide under bridges and causeways and chasms and expanses and stuff like that. You don't want to be caught out in the open, and one of those places is Mirrormere. It is very open. As you see, it gets exceedingly dark. The moon is just rising there. Let's make our way down to this orc encampment. Hopefully we'll be able to sneak in and take out a couple of our targets. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be doing down here. It says I have to destroy gates. Some gates. Okay. Let's see if we destroy some gates, then maybe it's an opportunity for the elves to actually launch a raid against it. Let's take out these wolves. We'll take the 134 of 200, so we've still got a little bit of while to go. Taking all these out. There we go. Let's take some of these wolves out, because we even have even more of these things. We've got 19 of 200, so we've got an awful lot of wolves to take out. Tremendous amount of wolves. Let's take some of these out as well. He respawned quick, didn't he? He either respawned quick or he was stalking. Oh, he's a tough one. He was tough. He was tough. Let's bring up our inventory again. Like we can see, we've got a few more bits and pieces. Start keeping some of those scrolls, because we are almost maxed out. You can have 50 scrolls in your stacks, or in your chest, or in your vault, or where it is. They do stack at 50. You can't have any more than that. So once I've capped at 50, then the majority of them will be sold. Try and raise some funds so we can get some extra slots. Okay, we need to go. It says we need to go this way. We can't go that way. There's a gate up there, and I'm sure if I can climb that. I don't think I can climb that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go round. I guess I'm going to have to go inside. If I can get inside. I can't. It's really dark, guys. Here we go. And there's a gate. So let's take you out and see if we can. Let's keep that rose. Again, it's very dark, so there's difficulty seeing me. Okay, let's We'll destroy that gate. At least that's one down. How many I gotta take out? I've gotta take out 6. There we are, setting fire to the gates. Ah, there's enough one there. Just take this sleeping wag out the way. There we go. And destroy that gate. It's causing a little bit of destruction here. There we go. Oh. Ow. There we go. There we go. Let's take this gate out as well. Yep, that's it. The final defense. It's a final defense. So we're going to do, yeah, basically what we're doing is we're taking out gates to make it easier, probably for cause a little bit of disruption, and probably make it a little easier for the elves if they do choose to attack. Not that I'm envisioning they will, because the elves of Lothlorien kind of stay within their own borders. They don't. Ow. They don't venture beyond the Vale. It's called the Vale, which is the outer perimeter of the trees, and they don't venture further than that. Ah, yeah, it must be facing my target. I'm stood alongside it. Come on. Let's get rid of that one. Yeah, I have to take him out. I thought I had to. That's why I thought I'd have to come back, and I did hope he respawns, and he did. That's you down. Let's destroy this gate, and I'll be able to take that Ravager out as well. I'll be able to pick up some of these branches. Can I pick up some of these? I can pick up maybe these branches here. There we are. Let's get those. They're heavy ones, so I might get about 5 or 6. Hoping I'll get a few. I got 6. Brilliant. Wonderful. One of those other things I need to look into is I need to look into raising my crafting tools. And I'm going to see if I can craft myself a new multi-kit. I really don't want to spend any money on it. I'm saving up desperately so I can actually increase the capacity of the shared storage in the house. The more we can do for that, the better, because then I won't need to carry around all these extra levers and things like that. Did I see some branches there? I did. Let's get those branches. Again. I have a considerable amount of them already. I have like over 50 now. There we go. Okay, let's see. Where do I need to go now? It says I need to go further south. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head further south. I'm going to get out of here. There is more orcs further south. In fact, there's orcs all the way along this mountain range. And these appear to be the orcs of... I'm not sure if they're the orcs of Saruman, but I'm going to assume they're the orcs of Saruman. Way to the south of us, at the end of the Misty Mountains, is of course Isengard. The Tower of Isengard. So it'd be safe to assume that these are orcs that have spurred out of those pits of flame that have developed around Isengard. Now it's 2 there, that's why it was taking a little while to... There we go. Grab some of all these bits and pieces. Let's just have a look through and see what we got here. Some more essences. Yeah, I'm collecting those as well because there are some... We are starting to pick up the very first of our socketed items. Let's grab these branches here. Having these extra essences floating around might be useful for trying different combinations out and seeing how they affect the performance of our characters and how well we battle or survive. I don't want to be going that way. I think I want to be going this way. Let's have a look, take a look. Yes, I do. I want to be going just... we're going south, aren't we? We're going south. We're going to do this next mission, and then we're going to return, although it says they're all completed. Let's just go a little bit further south and see what is down here. We've already been down here once already. There we go. We need to speak with a few people and talk to a few people. We're going to take out a few of these orcs on the way because we can't talk to people if we've got orcs like launching at us all over the place. There we go. Let's take him down. We're coming into the vegetation area now. You can see it's becoming a lot more grassy. There's some more branches. Let's grab those branches. I know there's an orc just past us on the left hand side there. It is night time. Hopefully he won't have noticed us. So elves do move very, very quietly. So I'm just gonna make sure he doesn't. He is coming back towards us. So I'm just gonna make sure we're ready for him. There we are. There we go. Finish him off. Okay, might need to go around this little grove here. There we are. There's some campfires. There's like torches here of some sort. That was a good shot. Okay. He's down. Let's drop some rows. There's a deer there, and it says they've got a quest for actually taking these out. There we go. So, or a deer rather than a quest. There's a huge waterfall. Huge waterfall. One there, so it's some more leathers. Very, very handy. Looks like there's something on that island there. It looks like, actually I'm gonna swim over and just check it out. I'm not sure if there is something on the island. Looks like there's an ancient statue. Let's see what it's an elf. It's a lovely statue. I'm not sure what it's the statue of. It's a beautiful statue. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna reach a little bit, and I'm gonna say that's probably his Nimron. Nimron, beautiful elf statue. Let's I need to go this way now, and I'm swimming in the water. There's a actually we're coming to Lothlorien. Arriving in Lothlorien at night time is a beautiful time to come arriving in Lothlorien. Ooh, Mithril Flake. We'll take what we can. And it looks like we're here. We're in Lothlorien. There's beautiful trees. Look at these huge trees. I'm just going to bring up the map and show you where we are. We're way down here in Nimrodel. So yes, I'm going to say that's a beautiful statue of Nimrod. And if you want to go and check out the tragic story of Nimrod, then feel free. There's some hawks floating around up here, so I'm going to... Be careful. We don't want hawks floating around up here. So I'm going to go up this ladder here. And look at! I'll speak to this person to hand this quest in. And we got some.
We do not allow outsiders into the Golden Wood.
And we got a Lothlorien silver branch. Amazing. So deed is complete. Oh, we got no. It's actually not a deed complete. It's new deeds. So let's pick up some of these.
A shadow falls beyond Lothlorien.
Yeah, shadow has fallen beyond Lothlorien, yes. And the Book 9, the Dark
Golden
Shore.
Host is at last ready to cross the River Arndwin. We may have need of your help. If you
Yeah,
offer
look,
it willingly.
these are handing. Oh, this is really, really nice. This is. I'm gonna get. I'll choose one. Probably that one. Lamb and carrot soup. Interesting reward. So we picked up those quests there. So let's just descend back down the ladder again. Take out. There we go. Take out some more of these. We're gonna jump back in the water again, and let's see if we're gonna head. We're gonna head north now because we need to get back to our original campsite and hand in some of these quests. Mekhan Bazir, the final offense. Final offense. It says we've got to take out even more orcs, so that doesn't surprise me. And it looks like it's kind of there's an abundance of orcs. Take them all out, and you complete your deed. If you follow those particular quest lines, it looks like as if you'll be able to manage it without having to go too much out of your way. grab some more of these branches. So we are, just to confirm, we are in Lothlorien. We are in Lothlorien. There is various characters dotted around, some beautiful bridges and some lovely scenery, but we're not going to stay here for too long. We have to return back to the north. This way, in fact. And we have to bring Celeborn's letter to... So we're running errands at the moment. Lovely. Oh, there's the orcs. We need to finish these orcs off. We don't want orcs, like, getting into the Vale of Lothlorien. Or, as Gladriel used to call it, or Gladriel kind of calls it, but only calls it in private, the Girdle. She calls it the Girdle of Lothlorien. Which is, I can't carry all this stuff, so I'm going to have to head north again. I'm going to shoot a few deers. I know people are going to say, oh, you shouldn't be shooting the deers, Whisper, but they are targets, and I do have a D for actually cleaning up the forest. So let's head back along this path. We're going to leave the vegetation behind, and we're going to head back out in the mountains. So it's going to get a little rocky, and it's going to get a little wintry. There we go. I can see orcs like hiding off to the path, just strolling in and out. And I don't want them venturing too close to Lorien. It's not. We don't want orcs coming too close to Lothlorien. It's not good. It's not. It's not advisable to have orcs. Let's take out some of these guys. Come on, that's it. You and you're down. So we're going to follow the road back to Moria. Let's just, can I grab that? I can't grab this. I can't grab anything else. So I'm going to have to return back to the campsite just outside of Khazad-dûm. It's unfair to call it Moria. Moria is the name given to it after pretty much after the first age, probably partway into the second age when it became a dark. Just Moria meaning dark passage. And I'm not going to start knocking off orcs for the sake of knocking off orcs either. I'm just going to try and get. So we've got to take a few more out here. Yep, looks like we've got to take a few out here as well. So I'm going to take out the ones that are as part of my quest while we're making our way back up to the campsite near Durin Stone. So let's just make our way up to Durin Stone again. That giant stone that was erected during the First Age by the eldest of the father of the Seven Dwarves, the ones that were walking under the mountains, by Uru and Ilivata. That were created in secret, but were allowed to exist, but they had to wait until the elves were awoken first under the stars. And the eldest one of that, Durin the First, or Durin the Deathless, he ventured south of the Misty Mountains until he came across Lake Mirrormere and looked down into it and saw the stars. Thought he was wearing a crown, and realized it was the stars reflecting in the surface of the water, even during the day. And if we go over here, and you can have a look and you see these beautiful stars, just glittering, almost like not on the surface of the water, but like in the water itself. Beautiful. There's a lovely. Oh, there's the moon. There's the moon. There's no reflection of the moon. No reflection of the moon in Lake Mirrormere, which is true to the stories written by Tolkien. Back to the campsite. Go through an orc campsite first. Take out a few more of these orcs. That's 6 to 10 gone. There we go. He's put up a totem. I really don't like these totems, so I'm going to just get rid of it. See if we can shoot the thing. Got some more over here we can get rid of. Yeah, there's that 7 of 10. Let's see if we can take out the necklace. 8 of 10. Probably can. There we go, that's 8 of 10. And we've got another tablet for doing that one. See if we can make this 9 of 10. I can't take anything else on my loot, so I'm going to have to ditch some stuff. Let's get you out of there. There's some orc weapons. I don't know if I need to collect those. Probably need to collect those. Yeah, collect the orc weapons, it says. So that's that one done. And so let's get these cases of orc weapons. There we are. Very crude, as all orc weapons tend to be. They don't spend much time in crafting anything of elegance or of importance. It's just kind of a cold and unfashionable. There we go. Take him out as well, why not? Oh, I was going to go for that orc there, but them orc weapons, but Orc Berserker Mori has decided to just jump in there and put his 10 pence worth in. Let's grab. That's it, ear down. Okay, let's grab these weapons here and see if I can get rid of some of these things. That's 3 of 5. Oh, they hit much harder now. Okay, so we're looking around for more orc weapons, I'm guessing. Yeah, I still need some more, so it looks like they're going to be... I'm going to head off in this direction here. It looks like they are down this kind of direction, so let's go and find them. Probably in this orc... Ah, there's an orc camp up ahead. Some branches, got to get the branches, because like I said before, guys want me to collect as many branches as possible because they will disappear rapidly once we start getting into the higher level items, the level 70 items. We do have a couple of orcs here. They're not going to get anything from them. They will count towards a deed, or at least one of them will. That's good. There we go. So let's search this entire area, and we're searching this area at night, which is not the best way to go about it, to be honest. But let's see, we're looking around, see if we can find some orc weapons. Now they are around this area. It says they are around this area, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep looking. I'm probably a million miles away, but I'm going to take the opportunity to actually pick up some branches, and then maybe they'll lead me in that direction of where are the orc weapons. I have a massive amount of loot, which I can't seem to do anything with. I've got a fairly sneaky suspicion they're going to be. There they are. They're inside the actual compound. So let's clear a path. There we go. See if we can... Oh, I hate those totems. They really just slow me down a lot. Let's grab that. So that's going to give me 4. I'm looking around now. There must be another one somewhere around here. I don't want to get too far involved with the camp. But I will take a look over this way. Because I'm going to start attracting a lot of attention now, so I think I'm just going to go and head further north again. This is going to get me nowhere, so... And these are quite powerful orcs. These are quite strong orcs. These are like 5,000, 6,000 points. It's definitely around here, so definitely, like, I'm getting the indication that it's out over this area, so I'm going to double check my map and see. There we go. Okay, let's double check the map and see where we're supposed to be. It's just in this blue area here, and there's some further to the south. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to venture to the south because the chances are I've probably collected everything in this area, and I want to. The remaining ones probably towards the south. Get you out the way. So let's take the path a little to the south. I know it's pointing me in the opposite direction, but it will swing round when I move into a new area. Quests areas now tend to be split. I'm going to use one of those. I'll raise my morale and power a little bit. There we go. Free up an extra slot. I've got an awful amount of crafting to do. I hope there's a crafting center in Lothlorien. I don't know if there is. I don't recall me finding one. There we go. I'm going to go back into where we saw the wags, the wolves. Oh, whereas before they used to take just 1 or 2 arrows, now take about 6 to finish them off. Taking a lot of time and effort to be able to have these items just stimulate for at least another 30 minutes, which is something. That's good, because it might take me 30 minutes to actually get this quest done and get back. Finish some of these off. I'm looking around. It looks like I'm getting myself in complete disarray because it is nighttime. It is dark. I've just walked straight into a wag that seems to be on patrol. I've got a warrior coming down towards me. Let's finish you off. There we are. Just power shot right. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can get in here. There we go. We're getting an awful lot of experience. We are getting a massive amount of experience. I'm still looking for... There's the orc weapons. I can see them. They're right smack in the middle. There's some to the side as well. I'm going to see if I can grab these ones here. I probably can't. I know I'm going to set something off. Okay. We are out of here. We are away. We're not going to be sticking around. We're going to run straight back to the north. We're going to do some trading. We're going to free up our inventory, and we are going to finish off these last couple of quests. There we go. Let's keep running. It is night time, so you guys are not going to get an awful lot to see, to be unfortunately. But we're going to work our way through it. What we'll do is we might break for lunch in a few minutes. If you are taking some time from your studies because it's half-term week in the United Kingdom, then I hope you're having a great day. It is really cold today. My fingers are starting to lock up on the keyboard. I'm going to actually auto-run this one. Ooh, so I can warm my fingers up. I'm gonna have a nice hot cup of tea again, and I will be back later, probably about an hour's time, and we're gonna do a little bit more exploration of Lorien. And then later on, Zenwing will be joining us, and hopefully a few other people will be joining us as well. I'll just speak with BVS, and he has some new members to the Kingship he would like to introduce. And if you want to come along and you want to spend some time gaming with iGame Online and playing a little bit of Lord of the Rings, not necessarily Lord of the Rings, but it could be any kind of game you want to share, then please feel free. Go check out the websites i-gameonline.net, and you can go on there and you can set up a community completely free and check out some of the other things that we're doing as well. And our Jai is going to be doing a couple of interviews and a couple of recordings today. Let's grab these branches here. And Monday is normally my editing day. And my editing has been done. They are now available for you to listen to or to watch. There we go, get you down. And if you want to come on an adventure with Wispa, we're on the US Brandywine server. And it doesn't matter if you are a new starter or if you are a seasoned player, you're more than welcome to come along. If you've got some advice for us, then please feel free, let us know. Message me either in game or message me on the website. My email address is available there. Or message me in Twitch, I really don't mind. And we'll try and get back to you. Some advice about what might be in store for us. Because this is as far as we have got. We have not ventured into Mirkwood. We've not done Dol Guldur. We have probably only touched on half of Moria, to be honest. And we have not ventured into the lands of Rohan. And what I might do is I might start actually going back to places and taking some photographs. And I want to do a picture postcard from Middle-earth. And the first things I want to do is once I get into this area, I want to start taking some pictures of areas that... Oh, that person still stood there, look. Where Estelle and Theo, Dylan and Xavi have all adventured, and Morwen and Olwe, people like that, have all adventured in our Radio Merp series. So if you're interested and you want to go ahead and listen to that, then please feel free. Let's drop these off. Yes, I can't pick anything else up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ditch some stuff. So let's go to our provisional. Let's start. I need to bag some stuff. What I might do is I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to teleport. I'm going to swift travel straight to Bree. Let's get back to Bree. Let's bank some stuff. Because there's no vault around here, and I don't think there is a vault in... Oh, there might be a vault. There is a vault, I think I remember somebody mentioning that there was a vault in Lothlorien. It's not easy to find, but there is one there. Let's get back to Bree. Let's dump some stuff. Free up our inventory. We'll come back, we'll hand in some quests, and then what we'll do is we'll break for lunch. And let you guys go and check out some of our other content. I'll answer a few messages, answer a few emails, and then we will be back later on to do a little continuation, maybe a group adventure with Lord of the Rings Online. Do a little bit of exploration. We love the exploration more so than we actually love the quests, actually discovering all these new bits and pieces. That's a nice outfit. I like that outfit, the lovely green outfit. Not quite, it's a little short on the knees though. Let's drop something. You see? You have an assortment. I've got some clothes. I've been collecting these totems, these tombs. You can see that I've got a huge collection of them now. Yes, and these vials as well. What I do is these vials have actually superseded these vials. So what I do is I might sell those ones. I have some of these legendary fragments and things like that. I've been collecting some mithril. I need some mithril. I've got to collect some of that stuff. What is that? That's a green gun. I'm not sure what all these kind of things are for, but I've started collecting these infused adamants as well, and a lot of these. There we go. Gonna start chucking these in here. These essences. I've got some more of these scrolls. Got to chuck those in there. Um, various other things and bits and pieces like that. There's some more. There's a. That's quite a different one, isn't it? So there we go. Let's collect them. We'll have some of them. We'll have some of them. We'll have them because we'll put those straight in. See, put those in there. We'll have those and all, I think. Let's have a look, and the rest of it is pretty much really usable, to be honest. I'll collect all the scrolls because we are maxing out on those. We are going to start selling some of those now if people aren't going to start using them. Let me just check to see if I've got any woodworkers ones, because they are useful to me, the woodworkers ones. I'm guessing I probably haven't. I've got one, and it is a iron will of the fist crafting recipe. We'll use that. I've got no clue what it's for, but we'll have it. Right, now we need to... We've got to dump some stuff in there. That's great. That's freed up a bit of space for us. We're going to do a little bit of crafting. One of those things we're also going to do is we're going to do a gathering adventure as well. We're going to do some gathering. We're going to start off in the lowland areas, and the lower level areas, I would say. And we are going to do some running around. We're going to do some gathering of wood, and we're going to do some mining as well to try and rank up some of the mining as well, because it's all well and good having all these recipes to be able to create level second age and first age relics, but if we don't have the resources to be able to do that, then we're not going to be able to manufacture these kind of things. So let's get these let's have a look. So I'm going to do some crafting. Let's get some crafting done out the way. You can see there my crafting. I've got we'll have the brushed leathers. Let's get those done and dusted. We got some wood there we can get crafted as well. I'm going to chuck those straight into the company chest. So if you're a member of iGame community, the kingship, you can help yourself to that kind of content. And I'm going to just say, check my bags. Bags, I've got 171 gold. I need 240. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on doing some collecting and selling. And I'm going to try and get 240 so I can get another 15 slots. So I can get even more wood and leathers and gemstones and metals into that kingship chest. So people can actually begin manufacturing and crafting and creating new items and content. There we go, let's go. That's 9 of 15. How are we doing for leathers anyway? Magnificent. We're at 14. We're at 14. We've probably got maybe about, I don't know, maybe 100 or so in the community chest. I'm also going to get rid of these, I should have really done that while I was in there. I can do that when I go back to the vault. Upgrade our healing potions and power potions, because we are now into the 900 figure. 800 and 900 figure rather than the 750 and the 650 figure. So I'm going to sell these ones and upgrade to these ones. I'm going to pull them out of the chest. I've been collecting them. I do have around about 30 of each. You can stack them to 50. So I think that's a good time for me to actually switch over and start using the more powerful kind of potions. Having very low hit points, being a range DPS attacker. I don't want reinforced ones, I just want these ones here. I'm going to make all 34 of these. It's going to take me a little while. We're going to... Hey Liam, hope you're having a great day. We're doing a little bit of Lord of the Rings Online. It's been a while since I've been in Lord of the Rings Online. I didn't really do a lot of filming of the Moria area. I might jump in there and actually show you around it. If those guys, that's what you're interested in. But it's very dark in there. It's very, you don't see an awful lot of the detail. It's not like it's in Lorien or in Eridlian or something like that, or anything like that. It's quite dark. I have cut back on a lot of quests. I was stacking myself with quests to the point where I couldn't advance. I was to the choke point, so to speak, of quests. Hey, Evil Twin. Hope you're having a great day. It's half term in the United Kingdom, or wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a wonderful time. It's freezing here in the UK. We did get a little bit of snow over the weekend. Not much. It's all melted now, but it is starting to freeze over. And no doubt we'll probably have snow again by the end of the week. I do have today off. Which is great, which means that I can do a little bit of live streaming, a little bit of chatting with you guys. I'm just crafting at the moment. I'm trying to get some supplies into the kingship chest. We're doing quite well. I know BVS has been recruiting as well as myself, and we do have a few new players to Lord of the Rings, and also new players to MMO. High five to the day off. Yeah, thanks for that, Liam. We do have some new members, some new gamers. New gamers, not just to Lord of the Rings, to the system itself, but also to MMOs. For some people, this is their first real MMO to be able to get in and start playing. And we welcome that. We really do look forward to helping out people and advising them and showing them the mechanics and also covering it in the lore. And it's one of those games you can read about it and watch it and learn about it away from the computer, which is really, really good. I really, really do like that kind of thing. We just did a little tour of Mirrormere, Durin Stone, and we recapped the history of Durin, the eldest of the oldest of the Dwarven Fathers, the Dwarven Fathers that were walking under the mountain, and as he wandered down the Misty Mountains one day, the chain of the Misty Mountains, he came across Moromir and looked into the water, and he saw himself wearing a crown, and it didn't actually turn out to be a crown. It was the stars that were in the lake, which is a magical location. It seems to have that primeval kind of magic centered around Khazad-dûm, where he decided to create that kingdom, and in commemoration of that amazing day, he set up Durin Stone, which is still standing. You can actually still go and see it. That was cut out of the movie, which is unfortunate, because in the books we do read that Gimli went and stood alongside Durin Stone and looked into the water and thus saw the crown upon his head as well, which is quite poignant. And he was joined there by Frodo, and that was unfortunately cut from the movie, and it was substituted for a scene where the hobbits were weeping over the loss of Gandalf in the fight against the Balrog on the side of the mountain, which was a shame. We are on the US Brandywine server. There's a small group of us. You're more than welcome to come along and venture and be part of these little streams, and if you've missed any streams, we don't pretend to be the best adventurers or the best gamers or anything like that. In fact, if you want to go back and watch a few of our previous episodes, which you can watch on our YouTube channel, you will see that we wing an awful lot of it, to be honest. Some of them turn out quite well, some of them turn out quite funny. It's the adventure, it's what we learn from it, and the friends we make along the way, rather than the actual the outcome of the game, which is trying to complete the game. The expansion comes out in around about Easter time. I think it's expansion 20. Moria, and it'll come out in segments, I'm guessing. So the first one we'll see is probably the Teeth of Mordor. Sorry, did I say Moria? It was Mordor. Teeth of Mordor, which I'm very familiar with. I love recapping myself with the Iron Crown Enterprises MERP series. We do run a MERP series, a tabletop version of Middle-earth, which you're more welcome to go along and listen to on our YouTube channel as well as our website. And you can follow the stories of Donetrust. And one of those things I'd love to be able to do is be able to actually use Middle-earth Online, or Middle-earth, Lord of the Rings Online, I would say, and do a picture postcard of their story. A nice little slideshow with captions from our radio show, which has acted out extremely well in our tabletop session. We're up to episode I can't remember what we're up to, 85, 86, somewhere around about there. We've just finished recording possibly our 100th episode. Each one's around about an hour and a half to 2 hours long. Um, Acted out really, really well. It's a really, really good story. Centered around the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship, and it's kind of like a side story of a second Fellowship that was sent out on a distraction, kind of like a misdirection for the enemy kind of scenario. Really, really cool. You just started playing a few weeks ago. I hope you enjoying it, Jason from Earth. Played at launch and still have the account, so I apparently have 8 years on your account, even though you started fresh yet again. Yeah, some of our members have multiple characters. I have 2 characters. I play Nostriel. Nostriel is a elf from Lorien, a hunter. And if you want to check the background into Nostriel, Nostriel is in our story, one of the forgotten daughters of Gladriel. That's why it's got that Rial at the end. Nostriel and Gladriel. And in our story of Merp, Nostriel is the mother of Olwe or Golwyn, um, from the house of Gladriel. In our story, and Olwe is a very special friend to Estelfae. Estelfae is another elf, an elf that has grown up in the city of Tharbad. Unfortunately, Tharbad is not in Lord of the Rings Online, which I'm hoping they do add it, because it's a magnificent city. It's a huge place. You know, I made it at launch, so I decided to start afresh. Starting afresh is good. Start afresh is good. If you're looking for a small community to star in Twitch and YouTube with, and you want to venture alongside Wispa, that's myself, or Zenwing, or BBS, or Jai452. Jai452 is doing some interviewing today. He's interviewing some celebrity cosplayers, and you can go and you can check those out on Jai452's YouTube channel, or you can check them out on the iGame website or on the iGame Online YouTube channel. You can check there. You can watch his celebrity interviews, and he's got some really good, cool ones coming up soon. He's doing some interviewings of some cosplayers, some comic book artists, and some TV celebrities, which is iGame Online's predominant role. And if you want to get involved in that, if you're an artist, or if you're a musician, or if you're a coder or a programmer or something like that, and you want to donate some of your time or some of your talent, and you want to get involved in an online community that seems to be growing and expanding, then go along and check out i-gameonline.net. We go along there. It's completely free. We don't make you charge for anything. You can use their services, and you can use their voice mumble service and all that kind of stuff. It's quite cool. Yeah, we put a lot of thought into our characters. Well, an amazing amount of thought. Amazing amount of thought goes into our characters. But this derives from I've been involved in Tolkien, and I've been involved in Middle-earth and Lord of the Rings and all the rest of it for the past 30 so years. That shows you how old I'm getting on. Back in the early 80s, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have computer games in the way that you had computer games that you have now with the 3D accelerators and virtual landscapes and things like that. We were just breaking into the 8-bit era, and although we did have text-based adventures like The Hobbit on the good old Sinclair Spectrum, which was one of my first tastes of the world of J.R. Tolkien. Later on was Lord of the Rings. This is before the movies, even before the cartoon movie. We had a tabletop roleplay kind of Dungeons and Dragons style system that came from the United States, made by Iron Crown Enterprises. I don't think it's in print anymore. You can look around the internet, you can find the PDFs, and we use that system in our MERP radio show called Middle-earth Roleplay. And if you do look on YouTube, and you can look around, just look up MERP, M-E-R-P, or look up Middle-earth Roleplay, and you do get a huge vast of information regarding to which stands true to the lore and the history of Middle-earth and the world of Lord of the Rings and the world of J.R. Tolkien, The Hobbit, and so on, like that. You've read the books and and read the movies, watch the movies, I guess. But I'm fairly novice in the lore as a whole. A huge amount of it. I'm still learning bits and pieces from that kind of stuff. Um, but if you want to go fairly in depth into Lord of the Rings, then IR Game Online is one of those places where you can listen to it. There were several lore bombs dropped during our radio show recording, which you probably won't get now until around about Easter when they've been edited. Um, and they will go out, several lore bombs centered around the Cimmerals, and the Sons of Fëanor, and various things like that from the very first age, and the battle with Morgoth. He was originally called Melkor. He was the eldest of the Valar, and in the elves decided to call him Morgoth, which was the Dark Lord, or the Dark Suppressor. We do a little bit of Sindar, a little bit Quenya, language translation and things like that. So when we do say some names like Rivendell's Imladris and places like that, we do explain a little bit as the reasons to why it's written the way it is. Now, I've just been explaining earlier, we're going to be venturing into Dol Guldur, which is the Tower of High Sorcery. Dol meaning tower. Yep, tower. As opposed to Aemon. Aemon meaning, like Aemon Sul is the hill. Aemon meaning the hill. Sul meaning the hill of wind, or the hill of weather. When we say that, we mean weathertop. Aemon Sul, it means weathertop. Dol means tower. So Dol Gul we know as sorcery. So is in Morgul, like as in the dark swords used by the Nazgul. See again, Nazgul means sorcery or black sorcery. So Morgul is dark sorcery, dark blades, dark sorcery blades, magical blades. So Dol Gul. So when we say Gul, everybody automatically assumes that this is going to be a place of magic and a place of dark, evil, necromantic kind of stuff. Dor meaning stone. So when we say Mordor, Guldor, it means stone or land. So Mordor means Mor meaning dark, so it's the dark land. Guldor is the sorcery land. So it's with the Tower of High Sorcery or the Tower of Dark Sorcery, and we're going to be adventuring there. Interesting. Yeah, we cover a lot of bits and pieces like that. So we cover all that kind of stuff. We also kind of like fill in some of the gaps, some of the information that you're probably not familiar with. Those little side stories that we come across and we adventure around and things like that. So we're in Bree. I've just done some crafting. Thank you for the follow. We've done some crafting. We're in Bree. Bree stands up to its name. Bree is on the east-west road between the Shire. And everybody says it's usually between Hobbiton. It's not between Hobbiton. I need to change that graphic as well. That was from our Christmas stream. I need to get rid of the holly off that and put it back to the old original iGame one. I'll go into the programming inside Twitch and be able to actually change that. And if anybody's interested and want to know how we do all this kind of like overlays and graphics and videos and stuff like that, then please feel free to drop me a message, and we'll do a little workshop on it. I really don't mind doing those kind of things. Between the Shire, the Shire and out towards the I would say the Barrow Downs, the North Downs kind of thing. Although they do try to keep as close to the original maps of Middle Earth as they possibly can. In Lord of the Rings Online, they have to try and squish things and move things around just a little bit. But the entire size and scope of it, of Middle Earth, is immense, absolutely huge. And they have stuck to that, and I'm glad the developers have stuck to that. It has to be big, it has to be vast, it has to feel as if you are really travelling forever across Middle Earth. And as you travel from one region to another region, then the scenery changes, the vegetation, the fauna and the flora, as we would say, the fauna and the flora must change also. So we're in Bree, and we are going to, first of all, we're going to go back to our little vault, our little bank. Banking systems in Lord of the Rings in the book don't really exist. The only real banking structure that seems to stand out is possibly Minas Tirith. Minas Tirith in Gondor. Again, the word Dor meaning land, so Gon meaning stone. Um, so in the rocky lands, in the stone lands, and Minas Tirith is, as you know, probably it as from the movie, it is built out of stone in stone. Um, and they are the only ones that have a real like financial structure.
Hello there.
So let's dump some of this stuff. Let's first of all let's swap some of these things around. I need these healing potions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out these healing potions there here because I have superseded them with these ones here. Um, that's predominantly all I want out of there. Is there anything in this loot bag that I want to keep? No, I don't think so. So what I'm going to do is all I'm doing is just swapping my potions over. I'm going to use the stronger ones. I am venturing off into Lorien. The Girdle of Lorien, the Protective Veil of Galadriel. Let's go on and shot some of this. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the house first. I'm going to go to the house first. Our kingship house. I'll give you a little tour of the kingship house. And while I keep telling you a little bit, giving you a little bit more information about um, the lore and the background to Middle Earth and things like that. So in Gondor, we do have there is a banking structure. It's all about e-commerce. They control the trade across the Anduin. So from Gondor, you can reach as far as Lothlorien, and then you can go as far up as a small little town called Mickleborough. Mickleborough is a small little place just just east of the Misty Mountains, from Goblin Gate, um, just east of Mirkwood, Small little town of Mickleborough. Now it's a ramparted kind of terraced-based spiral, like a spiral. It's built like a three-sided pyramid, with a ramp going up on the inside of it. And as you climb this ramp, there's kind of wooden structures on either side of it, and it's predominantly reinforced with wooden posts. It's a fenced pyramid kind of town. It's from the it's built by the Northmen, and it's very Viking in recognition. And a lot of the taverns that in there represented in the naming of the tavern by the names of ships by boats. So we have the longboat and various tavern names like that. It's quite an interesting place. And occasionally, from time to time, elves do drop in there, and but it's mostly the Dunedain from the north. It's just south of Agmar, the realm of the Witch King. But that Mickleborough is actually governed by one of the stewards of Gondor, and the stewards of Gondor is Denethor, the second at the moment, at the time of the Lord of the Rings. And the idea is that they have an understanding that they trade up and down that river, so to speak. I mean, occasionally ships do get attacked, boats do get attacked. The Anduin is a huge river that splits Middle Earth. And the Anduin actually splitted a forest between Lorien and Greenwood the Great. It was called Greenwood the Great before it became Mirkwood. Mirk meaning sinister. And Dol Guldur. When them forests were actually joined at one point at one point in history, and over time the River Anduin has kind of like split that wood, and then woods have receded, and the Elven one, the Lothlorien, has receded back into Lorien, with the Misty Mountains and Moria and Khazad-dûm at the rear guard and Lake Miramar, and Greenwood the Great, the Mirkwood kind of thing, has receded back from itself towards Dol Guldur. So I'm looking interested in being able to get onto the Great River, the River Anduin. It's quite huge. It's a huge river. It's almost 200 to 250 feet across. And I hope it's portrayed really, really well. When we get to Lorien, we'll cover a little bit more about the River Anduin. I'm going to end up losing that, so I'm going to collect that one. Okay, let's chuck all this kind of stuff. This is our bank, and I've renamed these chests because a lot of people were kind of like wondering where they were. But in the bottom one, I got fabrics and resins, so I'm going to chuck some of that. I'm going to max out some of these scrolls. They're going to auto max out. I'm guessing they're probably going to auto max out you. Let's chuck some of these in here. Yeah, I guess they're going to max out it. It looks like they're going to, doesn't it? Let's chuck some leathers in there. Leather's always handy. The guys like to use a lot of leathers. The timber. Let's chuck the timber in there. There we go. You can see I've maxed out this. I need another 240 gold. I've got 171. I need 240. I need to be able to raise this. So I can put all these lesser leathers and furs and woods in, so that our new gamers, our new members, have something to have access to. Let's put some of these gemstones in here for our jewelers. They're always handy, aren't they? I think that's pretty much all I can chuck in there at the moment. Okay, so let's move that down there. I'm going to sell these 2 portions here. I'm going to sell all the rest of these scrolls. They're going to be no use to me whatsoever. I don't think I've got any woodworkers ones. No, they've already gone because my woodworker craft has got a huge amount of recipes. That's done. Let's take a little look around the company house kind of thing. Let's have a look. We've got a lovely rug here. We've got the sign of the Prancing Pony. I don't know who stole that. A nice map table, a nice fireplace, and some log burning stuff. We've got various trophies. You can see them dotted around here. We've got some armor hanging up. We've got wolves, bears. We've got a reflection pool, which is very handy. Dressers, some tables, some relics, some benches, and some Bilbo's. Yeah, we've got Bilbo's writing desk. Bilbo's writing desk, where he wrote down there and back again, or a Hobbit's Tale. And then Frodo came along and actually completed the book by finishing writing The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings at Bilbo's writing desk. So it's nice little memento to have it there. Little candles burning on top of it, single candle, and it illuminates this area quite nice. A few other bits and pieces dotted around. We have some background music playing, as you can hear, which is. We have an upstairs again. We have a couple of upstairs. We've got some more upstairs and some more corridors and things like that. And they all need to be furnished, and they're all going to get beautifully decorated when we get a chance to. Oh, we've got somebody's left out some sausages and pretzels. It's nice of them. And some fishing trophies up on the wall there. Very, very nice. Very nice. It's slowly being built up and slowly being decorated. We've got some paintings and portraits on the wall here. Very, very lovely. So what we're going to do is we're going to journey back to Bree. We tend to use Bree for pretty much everything that we do. Hey Jai, hope you're having a good day. I just mentioned to everybody online that Jai452 has been going to do some recording today, doing some interviews and things like that. And if you want to find out more about what Jai is doing, go over and check his YouTube channel. What does the pool do, Whisper? I got no clue. Well, in the reflection pool, it's kind of a play on Gladriel's reflection pool, which is a in Gladriel's garden. In Gladriel's garden, there's a stone, kind of like giant bird bath kind of thing, and the shape of it and the description of it kind of varies depending on who's drawing it or talking about it or explaining it. To the reader or the watcher, or whatever it is, yes. And from what we can gather, it's made from stone. It's made from stone. We don't know if it's made from marble or some strange material or anything like that, but it's a stone. But it's not the not the substances. Obviously it allows you to see things that are happening or things that are yet to happen or things from the past. There's no control over it. There's no control over it, but it's the water. You look into the water and you can scry in the water, and it seems to be only functional at night time. It's only functional at night time. It does not function during the day. Now, this comes from possibly the fact that Gladriel is the owner of Nenya. Nenya is one of the elven rings of power that were created in Eridlian. Not Eridlian, sorry. Egrion. Created in Egrion. Oh dear me. To the west of the Misty Mountains, just outside where the Gate of Moria is at, in the early Second Age. A lot of people say it's the First Age. It's actually the early Second Age. And they were created before Sauron took on disguise as the Radiant One or the Brilliant One, pretending to be an Elfin One to learn to actually create rings of power for his own misconceptions kind of thing. Um, and there was three rings of power made for the elves. There was Nenya, there was Ilia, and Vilia. One for the ring of fire, one for the ring of water, and one for the ring of air. Now we know Galadriel has Nenya, which is the ring of water. It's a beautiful ring. It's mithril, kind of like a spider, almost like a flower on the head of it, made with interwoven spider silks, but they're like mithril wire. Beautiful white crystal in it. It's a double ring, which basically means that it's not a solid back to the ring. It's if you can imagine, like if you're putting on two rings and then joining the head of those two rings with a white stone. Beautiful ring. Um, White metal, obviously. And we're not too sure if the scrying power comes from Gladriel herself or from the ring of Nenya, the water ring. But it gives her the ability, and anybody that views the water, when she pours the water on to the well of Gladriel, it's called the well of Gladriel, actually, the viewing pool, the reflections pool, um, and it reflects. It reflects the demeanor. I'm going to say the demeanor of the person who's looking into it. Um, just going to sell some stuff here. Actually, repair some stuff and then sell some stuff. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it, guys? So it reflects the demeanor of the person looking into it. So when Frodo looks into it, it's a sign of worry and panic. And when Sam looks into it, he's fretting about the people that he's left behind, kind of thing. But it shows you what things are happening, things that have happened, and it shows you things that are yet to happen, but you can't control it. And the reflection pool. That's in the Tolkien lore. In the game, the reflection pool and the dotted all over the place allows you to join instances that have already started. So if your friends and companions have in the same region kind of already started an instance, or we'll call it duty finder if you're playing Final Fantasy 14, or if you've started a quest, a locked out kind of privately host quest, and a friend wants to join and you're partway through the quest, you can run to a reflection pool and you can just look into the reflection pool and use it in the same stance. You look into the pool, see how far they've progressed, and you can travel to them and adventure with them from within the reflection pool. When you finish the quest, then you are returned back to the reflection pool, and there's one in each area. But reflection pools, and they've been known to be dotted around. Not just Galadriel's well, but we've just been talking about Mirrormere as well. Mirrormere is the Great Lake of Mirrormere. When you look into it, you see the stars, the Eldar. El meaning star, as in Elrond, which means star dome, and the Eldar, which means the star people, the Eldars. El just means L-E-L on its own, just simply means stars. So you can see the stars when you look into Mirrormere, because the Eldar, with all the elves, the elves, they were born under the stars. They're born under the stars. They're born into twilight. So they kind of get the reminder all the time. So, all interesting stuff. Right, let's see if we can sell some of this rubbish, shall we? I'm going to get rid of these potions, because like we agree, guys, we have upgraded our potions to the next rank up, which is going to do 900 restoration rather than 750 restoration, which is going to keep Whisper alive a little bit longer. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, now we're okay for the moment. We're going to do is we're going to teleport straight back to Lake Miramar, so you're going to actually get to see that. I can do that. I can use this little. There we are. We're going to Lothlorien. Mecca, I got Mechembazura. Mechembazura. That's probably really destroyed that name, but let's go and start handing it. Here we are. We are on Lake Mirrormere. I know you can't see it very well at the moment. Let's just drop down here. There we are. There is the lake. There's the waterfall coming down into the lake. It's beautiful at night time. Treacherous, but beautiful. Oh, the sun is coming up. I can just see the sunrise coming up there. There's Orion. We can see. We can see the Pleiades. And although we can't see it over here somewhere, there we are. There's the Great Bear. Let's see if I can get a better picture of it. The Great Bear. There we are. The Plough, or the Saucepan, or the Big Dipper, or however you want to see it. You can see it here. These actual stars here. And these are the 7 stars. The 7 stars. Yeah. In retrospect of the 7 dwarves, I wouldn't say the 7 dwarves, but the dwarf fathers kind of thing. You know what I mean? The seven rings of power for the 7 dwarves, lords. Kind of a tip of the hat to Walt Disney when that was mentioned, the 7 dwarves. And you can see reflecting in the water also. You can see there's the Pleiades reflecting in the water. If I look down, you can just see it shimmering, and if I look directly, there it is, beautiful. The Pleiades, the 7 sisters. Yeah, and over there we can just make out Orion, the hunter. The hunter. Yes, and there was reference to a Maya that used to gallivant through Middle-earth during the construction of Middle-earth, or Arda as they used to call it, of Orion riding a white horse, very much represented kind of in Lord of the Rings by Gandalf riding around on Shadowfax. Very, very similar kind of scene. And you want to go back and you want to read that. It's the Book of Lost Tales. And they're the only 3 constellations, the only 3 star constellations that are accurate in the game, and also mentioned in Tolkien's works. Tolkien mentions only the 3 star constellations of Orion, the Pleiades, and the Great Bear, or Ursa Major. Ursa Major, if you want to be for our astronomers out there. They're the only 3 constellations. None of the other ones, the Zodiac or anything like that, not a mention in the works of Tolkien at any way whatsoever. But those 3 are mentioned. Therefore, they've been lovely recreated in this lovely game. And you can see them there reflecting in the waters of Lake Mirrormere. And they're ever present during day and night. The stars are not on the water; you don't see them on the surface of the water. They're actually below the surface. They're in the water. So they're still the lake still reflects the clouds and the sun and all the rest of it, but you still see the actual heavens as they are in real time. In the water itself, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing place. And during the first age, during the Deathless, he came down from the mountains when he was awoken from his sleep after his creation. He's the eldest of all the dwarfs that were created at the time. During the first, he came down, he stood by this water, just by that stone over there. There's a big stone over there called Durin's Stone. He stood there and he looked down into the water and he saw himself wearing a crown. And that's why it's always been the emblem of him wearing a crown with stars above it. And I'll show you a little bit more of that. And he looked down into the water and he saw himself wearing a crown. And it took him a few seconds to realize he's not wearing a crown, he's actually wearing the stars. They could see the stars in the water and it gave him the impression that he was wearing a crown. And he decided, yes, this is the place where he's going to build his kingdom, Khazad Dûm. Yeah, which will later become Moria. And as we established earlier, Mor meaning dark and Ria meaning passage, the dark passage. So if you're playing the game, you come across that kind of stuff. And there he is, carved into the gateway to Khazad Dûm. You can see him there. I'm just going to just as the moonlight's just breaking through there. It's very, very elaborate, and you can see the dwarven fathers kind of like flagging him. He says 3 on either side. Yes, giving him 6, and him being the head of it all, giving him the full 7. And you can see there. And if you look above, I don't know if I'll try and get it in camera shot, but you can see there's a crown above his head, and then above the crown there is the stars. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, they've done extremely well, extremely well. I'm glad they've actually stuck to that kind of thing. Um, the other the and his descendants, Durin the second and Durin the third, were named Durin, and Durin the third was the dwarf who received one of the rings of power. So there you go. Amazing bit of information. I don't want to waste boring you guys listening to all this kind of lore from Lord of the Rings and from Middle Earth. So we're going to do a little bit of running around. We're back at this campsite. Raska just chopping some wood. There's a nice little campfire burning. It's lovely. Look at these lovely waterfalls coming down from frozen. There's like the melted snows from the Misty Mountains. And if you listen to our Merp series, like I said earlier, just off to one side from that is Gladriel's villa. It's a private little villa kind of thing. And if you're a follower of the Iron Crown Enterprises tabletop sessions, you realise that there is outposts dotted around, like cliffside dwellings that are dotted around, manned by the elves, just keeping an eye on what these guys down here are up to, especially the orcs coming out of Moria. Now remember, the orcs coming out of Moria are not Saruman's orcs. They are not Saruman's orcs. They're not orcs of the White Hand. They are Moria orcs. They are the oldest of the oldest, and they reside inside, do I say Moria, in the depths of Khazad Dûm alongside the Balrog. The Balrog, one of the servants of Sauron and Melkor, or Morgoth, depending on which era of the book you want to be reading it from. And remember, the Balrogs are a Maya. A lot of people do kind of mix that piece up. The Balrogs are servants of Sauron. Now, Sauron was an apprentice to the Valar that was in charge of the dwarves. You know, he created the dwarves. He was the blacksmith of the Valar, and his apprentice was Sauron. So everything associated with forging and with weapon making and with flame and with fire and heat is usually associated with Sauron, and that's the reason for where that Sauron gets that kind of elemental impact from, is because he was surrounded by forgers all the time when he was actually serving as a Maya to one of the Valar, and the Valar he was an apprentice to was the actual the blacksmith of the Valar, the weapon creator. Thus also brings us round to full circle again to, like, he forged the rings, and he forged the rings in the fires of Mount Doom, and his servants, his Maya brethren, so to speak, are Balrogs, are demons of flame. So that's how the close association. When we always vision Sauron, or he was, from that moment on, Melkor kind of like coaxed him over to Middle Earth, kind of coaxed him over. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't need to work under this Valar. You need to actually start like working for Morgoth, kind of thing. Coaxed him over because of his skills, of his blacksmith skills. He created the rings. He forged the rings. Again, rings in fire. So I hope that kind of like explains a few things. But when you do see Sauron, He is the flaming eye. He is the flaming eye. It's not an ice eye. It's not a wind eye. It's not a stone eye. It's a flaming eye. And it all derives back to Sauron's origins. And Sauron's origin is that he was the apprentice. He was an Amaya. He was an assistant to the Valar that created molten metal, created weapons, worked in the forges, created things of that kind of nature. And that was the same person who actually created the dwarves. And one of the interesting facts is that this Valar who created the dwarves created them in secret. He created them without Iluvatar's permission, so to speak, in secret. And Iluvatar found out about it, and he said, "Why have you gone and done this?" And they're not supposed to be created. These are like these are not on the plan. These are not supposed to be here. And the Valar that actually created the dwarf said, "Oh, I was really, really apologetic," and he said, "Well, I'll destroy them. I'll destroy them." And he brought his hammer down, his forging hammer, and he brought it down on the dwarves and struck them on the seven dwarves that he created, on the founding fathers kind of thing of the dwarves, and he struck them. And Ilúvatar said, "No, no, no, don't do that. Don't destroy them. Keep them secret. Keep them hidden." And one of the reasons why dwarves are so short is because they got hit by the hammer. That actually shrunk them. It actually squashed them. And that's kind of like one of those legendary tales as why dwarves are short, is because of that mythology around them, that when they were created, they were hit over the head with a hammer kind of thing, and they were subsequently squashed a little bit. And it's an interesting little tale. Because they were put to sleep, they were kept in isolation, in like kind of suspended animation kind of thing, until a time was ready for them to awaken. Obviously, it was a couple of, a few ages the um, after the after the elves. The elves were awoken first, and the elves were awoken into twilight, whereas the dwarves were awoken into darkness. And because they were kept in solitary confinement under the mountains, like again in places where you were hidden in caves and things like that. That dwarves love underground. They love underground. They love going underground. They love underground. They think it's safer for them to be under a mountain. I can't imagine why. Than to be out roaming like out in the wilderness, out in the open spaces. And the dwarves kind of they don't take too much to open spaces. It's they like to be confined. They like to be they like to be in the darkness, and it derives from that original mythological story. So there you go. You can take away from that as much as you want. So there you go. Sauron is kind of was an apprentice to the person that actually created the first dwarves. There you go. So it all ties in. It all ties in, guys. It's all really, really interesting kind of stuff. Where am I going? Has to talking to you guys and trying to explain a lot of this lore, and I love doing that kind of stuff and explaining little bits and pieces, little side stories like that. Can I pick up some of these? I can pick up a couple of these. Why did I pick up a couple of them? Oh, I'm completing some of these. I'm supposed to be completing some of these. Sorry about that, guys. I must select a one. I've got an axe, or I've got some gloves. And the gloves are no use to me whatsoever, and neither is the axe. So I think I'm going to take the axe, and I'm just going to just here you go. Do you want an axe? I'm just going to sell it straight to you straight away. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm not going to carry around too much stuff because I don't know how far I'm going to be going into Lothlorien or Lorien. Lothlorien, one of those last magical places on Middle Earth that is still retaining the magic from the First Age. Beautiful place. Like I say, it's got Galadriel's well, which is the seeing pool, or the reflections pool, and also has Galadriel's garden as well. The pool is actually in the centre of the garden, and one of those descriptive terms about the garden is, or the pool itself, is that it's in the centre of the garden and it's surrounded by little springs. It's surrounded by springs, and the water that flows off the top of the seeing pool flows down the sides of this like giant birdbath cauldron kind of thing, and then dissipates into small little rivers that kind of run off and spiral off and seep out and irrigate the garden kind of thing. So you can imagine you've got this in the center of this garden, you've got this pool, the seeing stone, and then around it you've got little circular paths. You've got like a circle path, and then you've got a small little kind of river, and you've got another circle path and another kind of small little river kind of thing. And those little rivers are created by the water that comes off the seeing pool. Wonderful bit of little piece of information, things like that. Let's do my legendary weapon. I've got 17 points. I probably can't put it onto an awful lot. A quick shot critical chance. I'm going to put it on there. Oh, we've got another follower. Thank you very much for following. Go into the above. Go into the above. I'm not sure what you mean. Did you mean sail into the Undying Lands? Is that what you're referring to, Jason? I'm not too sure when you say float off into the above. The Undying Lands. The Undying Lands are way off to the west. I was it Yavanna? Yavanna's actual name of Vala. I'm getting them all mixed up now. The Valinor, the lands of the Undying. It's where the elves were awakened into. The elves were not awakened into Middle Earth. A lot of people kind of misconcept that when they say the elves were awoken. They didn't. They weren't. They're not native to Middle Earth. I'm sorry, they're not. The dwarves are. The dwarves are. But the elves are not. The elves are not native to Middle Earth. They are from the Valinor, which is a land. If you took a normal map of our world, of Earth, of the globe, um, the Valinor is like the Americas. It's like the Americas, way off to the west. And there used to be a land bridge. There used to be a land bridge between the Valinor and Middle Earth, somewhere around by the North Pole, around about Greenland in our area. But subsequently that kind of disappeared over time. And there was a group of elves that did sail over to, and Gladriel was one of them that sailed to Middle Earth in the early days, of Middle Earth. And Gladriel was involved in the Battle of Middle Earth when the Valar came over and fought against Melkor in the pits of Utumno and places like Angbang and places like that. So the amount and do the dwarves ever have a fear of floating off? I've heard of that from other worlds that have dwarfs. No, don't think so. No. It wasn't a case of the dwarfs were afraid of floating away. No. But yeah, the Valinor is a fascinating piece of information to look into as well. That was in the time of Melkor. Sauron was kind of on the same scene, but didn't do an awful lot of bad stuff. He was still kind of siding whether to stay with the Valar and stay as their like assistants or become a lieutenant to Melkor at the time. He was still undecided. Where am I going? I'm going to go down this way. So eventually, I'm going to bring the map up. So this is the Stone of Durin, which I was pointing out earlier. This is way back into Moria, and Gladriel's villa's kind of over here somewhere. We're going to be venturing down here into Nimrodel, and if you want to check out Nimrod is an elf. Tragic story about Nimrod. Female elf. Died in a shipwreck. Died at sea. Tragic. She was trying to sail back to the Valinor to be with her loved one or something like that. I'm a little sketchy about the actual background story of it, but apparently her beloved died and crossed over to what are called the Halls of Manwë, which is where the elf spirits all kind of travel back to. Very much in the way like Vikings would travel back to Ragnarok or something like that. You know what I mean? And the elven spirits, when they die in Middle Earth, they travel back to the Halls of Manwë, and that's where their spirits are. The Halls of Manwë are huge. They're supposed to be unmeasurable, and their souls are reside in the Halls of Manwë. Manwë is obviously the leader of the Valar. He's married to Yavanna. Yavanna, the goddess of plants and flowers and things like that. Yeah. Amazing, beautiful place. Yavanna is supposed to have walked through the Gardens of Lorien at some point. Walked through them with her assistant, Milian, one of the Maya. And it said that when Milian walks through vegetation, the flowers would open up for her, and huge spurts of growth could be found in trees and things like that. They were the keepers of Middle-earth flowers and gardens and things like that. Really, really, but the elf souls would travel back to Manwë, the halls of Manwë, and Nimrod wanted to go back and get her beloved soul, and so set sail back to Yavanna after spending some time in Middle-earth, and tragically she didn't make it. She died in a shipwreck at storm at sea. Interesting, amazing stories, amazing stories. You want to really, really check those kind of things out. I think there's a statue of Nimrod. It's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet kind of story. Further up ahead, and we'll stop and we'll take a look at it. It resides in a place called Nimrodel. Del just meaning valley. I'm going to kill a few of these orcs, and then we'll go and race down to... Oh, there's the sun coming up. Beautiful. I'm going to show you again the lake. I'm sorry if I can see the lake. We've probably gone past it now. Probably. Oh, yeah. The lake's way back that way. These are the waterfalls, and you see there's Lorien just in front of us. You can see these tall white trees. Beautiful, beautiful trees. Let's grab these branches because everybody keeps on telling me to collect more branches. The High Elves in Middle-earth. Okay, the High Elves in Middle-earth. There's three types of elves in Middle-earth. There's the Sindar, which are the Fair Elves. These are ones that are like Arwen, or Arwen's. Arwen is an elf kind of thing. Yeah, she's an elf. Elrond, who is half elf, and we can see that descriptively by the colour of his hair. If you see elves in Middle-earth, normally, typically, they have silver, white, golden, kind of blonde hair, if they are true elves. Half-elves. Half-elves are half human, half elf. And Elrond is he's a half-elf. He was born a half-elf. He was born mortal. He was born mortal. So he has dark hair. And subsequently, because of that, their heritage has been carried on into Arwen, and that was the reason why Arwen has dark hair. So we have Sylvan. Sylvan elves. Now, they are elves that are derived from the elves that arrived in Middle-earth, the elves that sailed over. So Gladriel. Gladriel is what we call a Noldor elf, or high elf. Noldor elf. They are the elves that were born into the Valinor. They were there at the Awakening. They were there at the lightning of the world, at the lighting of the world kind of thing. Yes, they were created by Iluvatar. Therefore, they have the most mystical power about them, their most high presence. Even the presence of Noldor elf is like, oh, this person's seen a bit of action. This person knows like stuff. Descendants from them that are born in Middle-earth but have Noldor parents are Sylvan. They're called Sylvan elves. Therefore, they have their heresy, they have their heritage, their heritage and all the rest of it, from those that were there at the time of the Awakening of Middle-earth. But they have never visited the Valinor. They are Sylvan elves. So Noldor are those that have come from or were born in or awakened in the Valinor, the Undying Lands. They are the high elves. They are the most prestigious. They are the ones that they don't need to say a word. You just need to be in the presence of one to know to keep your mouth shut. They usually have a magical presence around them as well. They've carried inside them from Valinor to, and I should really be running here, guys. Sorry about that, because you could be looking at just rocks all day. They've travelled from Valinor, and they've brought with them a magical essence. And so when you find places that have that kind of magical essence, like Lorien. Lorien is closely associated with Gladriel. Gladriel was there right at the beginning kind of thing. She was the one that did all the fighting against Melkor and all the rest of it. She's the one that saw the two towers destroyed, the two trees, destroyed in the Valinor and all that kind of stuff. And saw the war of Melkor. And that's the closest associate with Gandalf, because Gandalf is from that kind of area as well. He's a messenger. He's not an assistant. He's not a Maya. He's an Astari, which is kind of like a messenger, a go-between between the people of Middle-earth and the Valinor. And that's when, subsequently, when we lost Gandalf, his job was not complete. That's why they sent him back. And that's why you have that whole mysticism about Gandalf. And when Gandalf returned, because he visited the Valinor and they actually came back, he came back white. So yeah, so they're high elves. The high elves are those that were born at the beginning of Middle Earth that resided in Valinor. They crossed over into Middle Earth. And they're the most prestigious. Their offspring are called the Sylvan. Now we also have another branch called the Sindar. Now the Sindar are probably the whacked out, most craziest elves you've probably come across. And they are like the Wood Elves. And you see those in The Hobbit and in Lord of the Rings around Mirkwood. And the Sindar, they have adopted human traits. They act like humans. They get on like humans. They have emotions like humans, and you see that a lot with is it Tellery? I think it was Tellery, the one that Steve Jackson kind of Pete Jackson kind of like added, which was an original book, the female one, with a relationship with one of the dwarves in in the Hobbit movie. And you also, when you see that, Sindar elves drink, whereas a Sylvan wouldn't touch alcohol, and a Noldor would definitely not go anywhere near any alcohol, and probably wouldn't even go near any meat. Um, so when you talk about high elves, that's what we're talking about, that particular law. Now, some of them did travel back. Some of them did travel back to the Valinor, and that brings us back to Elrond. When the Valar, yep, Tullery, but well done. I wasn't too sure what her name was. It just doesn't appear in the books, therefore I have to kind of like check things like IMDb and stuff like that to get the names right, because these names have just been added. Um, back to Elrond. Back to Elrond. Get back to Elrond. And Elrond and Elros. Elros was Elrond's brother. When the Valar found out that there'd been interbreeding between elves and humans, and these strange offspring had started appearing, called half-elves, the Valar kind of gave them a choice. At the coming of age, which is usually around about 15, 16, a half-elf must decide whether to remain an elf and live the life of an elf and adopt the culture and the surroundings of an elf. When I say decide, we'll cover this in a bit. Or they pursue the ideas of a human and mortal existence. So you can have a half-elf immortal. And it sounds crazy, but you can have a half-elf immortal, or you can have a half-elf mortal. But it depends on their surroundings, where they grow up, what kind of things they do, and what do they get involved in. I'm just going to keep running here, guys. I'm just going to pick up some branches while I'm talking. And Elrond and Elros were brothers. They were half-elven. And Elrond decided that he would adopt the ideas of the elves, thus he created Rivendell, or Imladris. I think I need to cross over down here, don't I? There we go. And Elros remained mortal. He stayed surrounded by his human companions and things like that. And I think there was one scene where you do see, I'm not sure if you do see it, but it was definitely there. It was definitely fashioned and created. In the Lord of the Rings movie, in Rivendell, you see the tomb of Elros, which is Elrond's brother. Yeah. So I hope that covers a little bit about the difference in the elves. There's a small group called the Tellery. Then the Tellery is the name given to the elves that kind of like crossed over and then crossed back again. They're called the Tellery. So they kind of like they went one with the prodigal elves. They kind of crossed over and then went back again. Thought, nah, this is rubbish. We're going back. The Tellery elves, and they reside in the Valinor. So there you go. You have the Noldor, and a lot of people will refer to them as the Noldor, the High Elves. Those are the ones that are from the Valinor. They were there at the time of the Valinor. I've gone right past my marker here, haven't I? And their offspring is called the Sindar, and they're very fair, and they seem to pursue a culture of literature and of acting and of art and of music and of poetry and crap like that. Whereas the Sindar which is the wild and wicked out kind of crazy elves, which we see around Mirkwood and around Legolas and all kind of stuff. They are into the drinking and into the party and into the games and into the combat and into the fighting and all that kind of stuff. So they do have their uniqueness in their traits and in their characteristics. But they are all elves. They all kind of get on, kind of thing. They all kind of get on. They didn't used to in the past. They did have the kind of a Kingslayer kind of wars kind of thing. They did fight out over the Cimmerals, who had ownership of the Cimmerals. Because Fëanor and the sons of Fëanor created the Cimmerals and he created them for the Valar. They were beautiful gemstones, and he created them for the Valar. And Melkor came along and thought, oh, they're nice, I'll have them for myself. And he took them and he set them up in a crown, which he wore on his head, the Cimmerals kind of thing. And used the power of the Cimmerals to wage war across and like conquer and own all the races of Middle-earth kind of thing, which most of the time was the elves. And the Valar came over from Valinor and thought, right, we're going to put an end to this. We're going to take you back to Valinor, Melkor, come with us. And he kind of resisted arrest. Big war broke out, entire continents got separated, and that land bridge between the Valinor, or the Undying Lands, and Middle-earth broke, separated, and many millions and millions of elves died and perished in the war. Utumno and Angband, and just north of Agmar, wasteland, frozen wasteland, where the dragons were created and Balrogs and all kind of stuff, and giant spiders, and we have like Shelob and all those kind of things have been created by magic and all the rest of it. And the origin of the orcs, a lot of people don't realize that the orcs weren't always orcs. What they were is they were elves. They were elves that were captured by Morgoth, by Melkor, and locked up in the prison of Angband. And they were tortured in the pits of Utumno, magically tortured, and they were kept there because they were immortal. They lived and lived and lived until eventually become so twisted and so evil that they emerged from Utumno as orcs. And you have that mentioned by Saruman in the movie Lord of the Rings and Two Towers, when he creates the orcs for himself, in the earth kind of thing, in the pits. And the Valar, they saw all the destruction and the wasted life and all the lost magic and all the rest of it, and they vowed never ever to return back to Middle-earth again. That Middle-earth's inhabitants and their issues and their problems belonged to them, and they no longer want anything to do. Although they didn't care, they still cared. They didn't want to be involved in it, because when you have gods warring each other, innocents get caught in the crossfire, and they vowed never to ever venture back in the lands of Middle-earth ever again, which is quite sad. It's quite sad. They never saw the Valar again after that time. So there you go, guys. A little bit more lore for you today. I totally missed my cue here. So I hope that answers a few more questions. If there's anything else you need anything answering, just let me know, and I'll try my best to try and go over that kind of information. I don't claim to know everything about it, because there's still manuscripts and documents that Tolkien wrote and didn't finish, and they're still finding them now. I think Professor Tolkien, he actually launched a book, I think it was last year. Was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. Called The Children of Hirion. Now, considering that's exceptionally well, that's amazing, considering he's been dead since 1973. He's actually managed to write a book, and that's because they managed to piece together some of the manuscripts and some of the stories, that he was still expanding this world. But if you want to check out any of that kind of stuff, I recommend that you read this Silmarillion. There is a kind of a willingness that the Silmarillion gets made into a movie, which I think is probably unlikely, because it spans at least 8,000 years of Middle-earth history. And we'll have that one, I think. That is probably not going to be very easy to film, although thankfully it is part of an era when elves are around for several thousand generations, so Akada's not a problem. Just cities like Lindon and places like that, and the Grey Havens and all kind of stuff, rise and fall and all the rest of it. But the Battle for the Cimmerals is really, really good. In the end, the Cymrals were lost. Um, one was thrown into a volcanic lava kind of thing, like a giant lava pool kind of thing that disappeared. One was sunk at sea, um, and the other one was set in the heavens as a star to burn eternally. And you hear Gladriel make reference to that when she hands over the light of Ilindil over to Frodo in the Lord of the Rings when he departs Lorien, which is where we are now. It says she says that is the light, the last of our beloved star Elendil, and it's the light of the Cimmeral. Really, really cool. Really, really good. Here we go. Okay, so where are we? Where are we going now? I'm going to go back down this ladder. I'm not going to jump. So let's see. What did I pick up? Was another legendary item kind of thing? Oh, 22 points now. I'm going to see if I can. Oh, we can pop that up a bit. There we go. Oh, I was going to show. Here we are. Here's the statue of Nimron. We're in Nimrodel now, and this is the lovely statue of Nimrod. The new race in the game. I'm interested to see how they portray. I can't get it on this rock. I'm interested. There we go. There's Nimrodel. Nimrodel is this place. It basically means the gorge or the valley. But this is the Valley of Nimrod. And this is a statue of Nimrod. Beautiful statue. And this is the poor soul that got lost travelling back to the Valor, to the halls of Manwë, to try and ask back for the soul of her beloved. And unfortunately she died in shipwreck while she was travelling her way there. Now, whether the Valor kind of like created the storm, because the Valor of the Waters Ulmo, and sunk the ship and forbid it, or what, I don't know, wonderful story, wonderful story. Very much in the old Greek legend of Hercules and Delphi and all the rest of it, where he tries to climb down into the pits of Hades and try and reclaim the soul back. Amazing, but yeah, I'd like to see how the High Elves are portrayed in by Standing Stones in Lord of the Rings Online. I'm not too sure how they'll be brought in. I know that they are. If I bring up a map of Middle Earth, I have to bring up a map of very, very bad Middle Earth. So there's Lindon. It's here. I'll go for error. Lindon, we heard me mention it early on. Lindon is this area here kind of thing. So if we got this the Misty Mountains, and we got Agmar up here kind of thing. Grey Havens are like round here somewhere. Lindon is one of the very first elven kind of fortresses, their cities kind of thing. And a lot of the Cimmeral is based around, or the early days of the High Elves is based around this area here. Yeah, so it's kind of like round this area here. And they're talking about this area here. This area off to the side. Now, Eridlian is where the elves usually start. So if we expand that bit here, you can see here the Grey there's places like to the Grey Havens and things like that. Yes, to the Grey Havens and to Northern Eridlian. So there is marks on the maps where you could they could put expand out onto. So this area here is elven. Obviously, this is kind of dwarven. So there's all this area over the side here. I'm going to move this dust out of the way just to show you how much blank space there is. There's a immense amount of blank space. So they're talking about this area over here, and I think is this area called the Blue Mountains? I believe. Eridlian. Yeah. Eridlian. Yes, Eridlian. Lewin. You can say Lewin or Eridlian. And there's a river here called the River Luna, which is the Moon River. Yeah, that just cuts through. But that's a particular area of Eridlian. And this is the Blue Mountains. These are the Blue Mountains, and there's Bay here. So there's this area here, this area over the side here, and there's talk of the elves or the high elves residing in this area over here. There's also this huge area to South Farthing, and you can't click on it. So there is an area. If you click on to Bree, you can go to Bree, and if you go to Evendom, you can go to Evendom, and you can go to. There's the Far Downs as well. There's a road here that actually goes and just stops. It goes to the Far Downs. So it might be off to the Far Downs. It certainly won't be to the South Farthing. These are the Far Downs. They're kind of like over this area here. These are the Blue Mountains. Um, there's Isengard. So we've got Isengard. We've got the Entworth. Down here, this is Tharbad. It's a huge city. Now, this is the east-west road. It cuts straight through here, and it cuts up. It cuts up actually towards Bree, and then it branches off and it goes towards the Shire. So this area here, and this is an area called Aenor. Aenor. It's called Eridor. Eridor is this whole region, but this area is called Aenor, and it was broken up into three parts. Aenor, Eridor, and one other one, I can't remember who it was. And there were three sons of a king, and they split this area up. And we're talking about the Bree land, and we're talking about the Lone Lands, and there's another part to the south which hasn't been mapped in Lord of the Rings Online. And subsequently, they were invaded by the Witch King of Agmar, and in time they were destroyed. So when you're venturing through this area and you see lots of ruins and see lots of like broken castles and things like that, and walls and things like that, and you see a lot of ruins, like these cities and things like that, a lot of ruins. They are the leftover castles and forts and towns and things like that from that particular era. Eventually, the three of them were killed off. The three kings were killed off, kind of thing, and Agmar kind of destroyed it. And then the hobbits moved in. The hobbits were not there at the time of the invasion of the Witch King into Aenor. And a lot of people do mix that up. The hobbits were not in the Shire at the time of the invasion of the Witch King of Agmar into Eridor. The hobbits came later. The hobbits came a lot later. And that's when you're running around the Shire, around all this kind of area here like this, you do see what's left over of forts and things like that, and of buildings. Yeah, if you have, thanks Jai, you do see forts and you see walls and things like that, and one of those things that when we're running around in Lord of the Rings Online, you look at them and you're thinking, how did these hobbits manage to build these huge towers and big giant walls and things like that? And it's like, no, the walls were there and the towers were there before the hobbits arrived. The hobbits, actually, if you want, you can go ahead and you can research this kind of thing. They came from the other side of the Misty Mountains. They came from an area. Okay, this is Lorien. This is the Great River Anduin. This is Mirkwood, Greenwood the Great, as it used to be called. This valley here, the hobbits, and they came over in three tribes. They came over the Stewars, and then the I think the Stewars, the Burfoots, and some other one. And they arrived in groups, in tribes. They arrived in tribes, and they travelled across the mountains to Eridor, and they eventually settled in the Shire. And they did that thousands of years after the Second Age, after the Witch King's invasion of Aenor, after the fall of the kingdoms and the Duodain, and then when the Duodain had to go into hiding. Another follow, thank you. They went into hiding, and kind of the Duodain mixed with the normal populace for fear that the Witch King was going to try and destroy the line of the Duodain, aka Aragorn's line, bloodline, because Aragorn, the Return of the King, was going to reunite all the races of Middle Earth kind of thing, and unite them under one banner and take on the fight against Sauron and the Nine Riders and all that kind of stuff. Um, and part of this was all set down when the Witch King of Agmar invaded these lands. These are the lands of the Durin. They were invaded, they were defeated, they were scattered, they had to go into hiding. And Aragorn, the son of Arathorn Aragorn II, the son of Arathorn, he hid inside Rivendell. It was hidden inside Rivendell, in Imladris, because Imladris was created by Elrond. Over here, there we go, Imladris, in Rivendell. And Aragorn grew up in Rivendell. He was heir to the kings of Gondor, heir to the kings of Gondor, heir to the Arnor, the Eredor. He was king of it all. He was heir to it, and he had to be protected, and thus all that was kind of explained. So I'm hoping that's explaining a little bit more about what is happening and all the rest of it. Like I said, there's these little bits. You could spend forever. You could spend an entire lifetime going over Middle Earth history, Middle Earth law and things like that. And I say I don't claim to know all of it. There's a lot of scholars out there, and you can do masters in this kind of stuff and studies in this kind of stuff. And it's something that you can spend years looking into because it's so in depth. It's a beautiful world, beautiful world. I'm glad to see that this new generation is actually embracing it and looking into it and studying it and adding to it because Middle-earth is such a huge place. It's only part of it has ever been recorded in. If we look at a map of Middle-earth, we always see it's just like one side of it. There's the Undying Lands where they are Valinor, and then there's like a western part of Middle-earth. The eastern part is completely uncharted, unwritten about. There is the story of the two blue elves, the two Astari blue elves that ventured off into that area. We know of Saruman, and we know of Radagast, and we know of Gandalf, but there's two other ones. Now the names do fail me because they don't pop up an awful lot, but they were written about by Tolkien. If you want to drop into Google or onto Bing or something like that, and you just want to look up the Blue Wizards of Middle-earth, they will give you the names, and they did venture way off into the east. And we don't know an awful lot about them. We don't know what they found. But not too far away from us is this area called the Haradan, or the Harad. The Harad. I would call it the Haradan, because there is a city around here called Haradan. It's called Far Haradan. And this area is very south to Mordor, very much south to Mordor, in its horseshoe. This is desert. This is all desert. This down here, it's called the Far Haradan, and it's kind of like an Arabian Nights kind of area. It's an interesting area. So it's very desert. It's very sandy. They've got like and they've got their own issues, and the Nazgul actually kind of like had an interest in this area as well because it's like a trade route, got a lot of spices, a lot of silks, that kind of stuff. Very little of it is written about it, but if you want to go and check out Iron Crown Enterprises' Shadow of the South, or just mention the Far Haradan or the Haradad, you get a lot more information about it. You do see a kind of a touch of it in Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King when you see the Oliphants, and you see those Eastlings. They're called Eastlings. They're like Saracens kind of thing, riding those. They've got the tribal markings. They've got the darker skin. The region they come from is this area here, and it's because it is very, very hot and very, very deserty. You don't see many elves go down that way. Obviously, you don't see any hobbits go that way or anything like that. But it is an interesting, and they have a seafaring. They have a very nautical kind of seafaring kind of culture. A lot of piracy, a lot of trade, a lot of armadas and things like that. Fishing ports. So if you think of like ancient Alexander and places like that, big seaports and shipbuilding and lighthouses and stuff like that along their coastlines, you can imagine what their city is like. if you're watching Game of Thrones or something like that, and you're looking at, you'll have seen those kind of places, them cities, and I can't imagine it being included, but it's certainly a good room for expansion. It's an amazing thing. Mordor, obviously, the first expansion we're going to see is probably this area here, which is Morannon, which is it's basically the teeth of Mordor. And it's called the Teeth of Mordor because there's two towers on either side of it. You'll have seen it in Return of the King, and when you see Frodo and Sam try to get into Mordor through the we'll call the Black Gate. And it's called the Teeth of Mordor because it's got them sharp turrets on the top of it, made of like it's not kind of a metal, it's not really a stone, it's kind of like an obsidian glass. And it's got two very tall fangs, and those are represented by the two towers, like the on either side of it. Um, and if you have Iron Crown Enterprises publication of the Teeth of Mordor, you can see the layout of those, and they're amazing places to go and explore. Um, in the top of one of them, for example, is a giant aviary, where all the crows and all the bats all kind of fly around inside. And it's got a glass roof, and it's got trees in there. You know what I mean? It's like this huge expanse in the top of these towers. And also, that area is commanded by Dwar, the Dog Lord, who's the third of the nine, and therefore he has lots of wargs and lots of wolves and lots of like demi-wolves and things like that kind of in there as well. So I think we're going to see that. That's going to be an amazing place. That's going to be an amazing place. This area here, this is predominantly just a giant orc encampments and things like that. This is all desolate wasteland. We got Minas Morgul again, which you saw on in the Lord of the Rings movies, which is called the Secret Stairs. It's a place where Frodo tried kind of like subconsciously moving towards the tower, and it was glowing green and pulsating. That's Minas Morgul. It's directly opposite Minas Tirith, and Osgiliath is in the middle, obviously. And you see the riders at the beginning of the movie, right at the beginning, when they're torturing in the Fellowship, when they're torturing Smeagol, Gollum. And they're doing it in Minas Morgul. So the tower has a tower of that green kind of sorcery, and just off to the side of that, just to the north of that, and you see it in the movie, is the secret step. And the secret step obviously takes you to the tunnels of Shelob. So we might see a little bit of Shelob in there as well. Some great tunnels of Shelob action. The rest of this is all desolate. This is all barren wilderness. Obviously there's two other places as well. There's Barad-dûr, which is the tower which where Sauron resides in his metaphysical state, you know, the all-seeing eye, which is the tower. That's not to be confused with Mount Doom. Mount Doom is not where... Mount Doom is basically the volcano where the ring was forged. So that's a separate place to the actual tower where Sauron resides, where the all-seeing eye kind of like, as you see it sweeping across the land kind of thing. So Barad-dûr is going to be a real dangerous kind of place. And then you have the Iron Hills, and these are the hills, the mountains of ash. They're called the Mountains of Ash. This range of mountains across the top here. If anybody has any other questions about where things are in Middle Earth, or any people from Middle Earth, or any like strange things like that, mostly from the Tolkienology kind of side to it rather than the actual video game side of it, then please feel free to blast away a few questions. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back. Okay, so we're back again, guys. Sorry about that. Another cup of tea. Okay, so yeah, so if you got anything you would like answering, or if you would like something explaining, or something from the Tolkien lore kind of thing, and there's an awful amount of it in Lord of the Rings Online. I'm really, really pleased. This is one game that I've been putting off and playing, and I've been playing for the last what 7 or 8 months or so. I like it much. I've only been playing for about 7 or 8 months. I say I've only been playing for about 7 or 8 months. Because it's one of those games where I know if developers get their hands on it, kind of thing, they could really butcher it and destroy a lot of the Tolkien mythology and a lot of Tolkien lore and that sort of stuff. But I'm pleased to say that they haven't done so with this. They've really stuck to as best you possibly can, to that lore mythology, and they've really kept it. I'm just hoping that they keep where they keep with it, that they add more to it, and don't just do the Lord of the Rings campaign and that's it, stop. With the introduction of the High Elves, I'm hoping what they do is they keep the game open-ended. That they, after the Lord of the Rings, after the War of the Ring, because the story doesn't end with the War of the Ring. And a lot of people kind of misconcept that once the Lord of the Rings is finished, that's it, everybody goes home, everybody's happy, blah blah blah. It's not the case. There's still orcs running around, there's still trolls, there's still balrogs, there's still evil in the world kind of thing. It doesn't just automatically all sweep itself up overnight. It doesn't do that. It takes it takes about 400 years or something like that for things to be back to normal. Kind of, well, you can call it normal, I wouldn't call it normal, but you know what I mean. Where am I going? What am I doing? um, there we go. Just find out what I'm supposed to do. I'm just going to keep shooting things, guys. I hope you don't mind. Um, it takes a while for things to get back to normal. Osgiliath is literally wrecked. Minas Tirith has just suffered a huge catastrophic attack. Imladris kind of like doesn't fall into ruin. It's surprising what happens to Rivendell, but it doesn't get deserted. And it still takes time for all the elves to leave Middle-earth over time and travel to the Undying Lands. They don't just like automatically, there's an armada of ships and everybody says, right, it's time to go, let's go. If the age of man has begun, the fourth age, as supposed to speak. But no, it doesn't happen completely overnight. So I hope that there's still elves around, there's still hobbits around, there's still dwarves around, there's still, wags, there's still trolls, there's still orcs, there's still all sorts of evil things around. And I hope they keep the game going. I really do. And I hope they add places like Tharbad and various other cities and things like that, which seem to have just, like, we know they're there. Yeah, we've seen them. But they're just not playable, which is a shame. Like Northern Mirkwood, I would love for them to include. I know they've added the Lonely Mountain, but Lake Town. If they've and Lake Town's in there, but you can't physically go there and visit unless you're part of an instance. Or the halls of the Elven Kings, in Northern Mirkwood, where we see Bilbo and the dwarves jump into the barrels and go floating down the river, kind of thing. To be able to go and see places like that would be amazing. Look at this scenery. This scenery is amazing. Look at that big tall mountains of the Misty Mountains. There we are. There's the gateway to Khazad-dûm. Huge doorway on one side. Huge doorway on one side. And you can see that because that doorway was the original doorway. Was the first one created by Durin. So it's predominantly that's so much bigger, so much larger. This is the home of Durin. Whereas on the far side, it's just a small little doorway. It's a secret doorway. It's a hidden one. It's like a back door. It's so much smaller, so much tinier, they're so less known about. It's like, oh, this is the side we want. This is the side we want to be in. This is the side we want to be able, because it's got Lake Mirrormere here. This is the side we want. We don't want the other side. We know the other side's there, but the other side's predominantly owned by man. They're those three kings of Aenor. They can stay on that side. We'll be on this side. We got the elves who company over in Lorien. This is where the magic resides. This is where the mysticism is. Yeah, so I've got some soup. I love the soup. Let's have the soup, shall we? I know a deal with that. 1000 resistance plus 2 wound resistance. The meals are getting much better, I tell ya. Meals are getting so much better. It's lamb and carrot soup. Food in Middle Earth, food in Lord of the Rings, is interesting. Is very, very interesting. It's one of those things that doesn't get touched on an awful lot. One of those. There we are. There's a gate there. Am I supposed to break this, or am I supposed to? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It gets touched on a little bit in Bree. In Bree, for example, the dwarves. No, sorry, the hobbits. The hobbits, sorry, are fascinated by the size of a pint. They're fascinated by the size of a pint. Almost nearly twice the size of their regular drinks. That's one of the interesting things. Elves. Elves tend to just eat fruit and veg, and unless you're a Sindar, if you're a Sindar, one of these wilder ones, then you will eat meat. The Sindar hunt. The Sylvan won't. The Sylvan, like Gladriel, you're not going to see Gladriel go out looking for pigs and looking for, like, deer and cows and stuff like that. Ain't going to happen. But Legolas, not a problem. And that's the cultural difference between the elves. And the Noldor, when they come along, the High Elves, they're going to be just as finicky. Um, they reside over everything else. Can I shoot through this once I've... Yes, I can. I was going to say, can I shoot through this once I've destroyed it? I can. Oh, but it says I don't have line of sight. Now, I don't have line of sight because it still thinks the graphics are there. Come on, guys. Here we go. That's a bit of a... little bit of oversight there. Hope you guys mention that to the developers. When the Noldor do come into it, these are very prestigious. They are immaculate warriors. If you can imagine kind of like putting samurai armor and samurai weaponry on Gladriel, and just having that presence and put a radiant aura around her, that's what I'm expecting when the Noldor do turn up. I expect them to be arrogant. I'm expecting to be slightly taller than the Sindar and the Sylvan. More radiant, more fair. And they're going to be just so elaborate and so much playable. It'd be interesting to see what kind of race deeds they're going to get. I can imagine them getting something that, because they are, what can I say? They're very persistent against darkness. Well, not darkness, but like the destruction of the towers and that kind of thing. Are they going to hit spiders? I know they're going to hit spiders. And that sort of stuff. But it'd be interesting to see what they're going to go up against. Hopefully they'll add a whole new chapter. But I hope they don't just do the Lord of the Rings saga and say that's it, it's finished, okay, it's done now. And leaving you open-ended running around in the world. I do hope they do continue adding new content for the time after the War of the Ring. Because it'll be very interesting. If you want to know some real good lore, then I would recommend that you go listen to our MERP session, our Middle-earth Online Role-Playing session. Even the white spiders. Jack, I'm going to show you a white spider. I swear to God, I'm going to show you a white spider. I can tell you what, I'm going to show you a white spider now, because a lot of people think that they don't exist. They do exist, and they do exist in Tolkien's works. They are ghost spiders. They are semi-transparent. Pretty much like the black spiders kind of thing. Um, and there is, even way back to Iron Crown Enterprises, Middle-earth online, Middle-earth role-playing sessions, there is white spiders. White spiders are the kind of the spiders that were created in Valinor, but have seemed to have come across to Middle-earth. The black spiders that we find in Middle-earth are residents of Middle-earth. They were created in Middle-earth, they were born in Middle-earth. The white spiders are like celestial spiders. They're like elf assistant spiders kind of thing. But do the high elves hate the white spiders? No. No. It's very similar to wags. Wags are not. Wags are wolves. Wags are oversized, overgrown, twisted, manipulated, tortured descendants of the prehistoric wolf. The black spiders, like Shelob and all that kind of stuff, are kind of descendants of a grandmother of all spiders called Ugelmort or something like Ugelnort, I can't remember the exact name, who was tricked by Melkor into destroying the two towers, and subsequently they both ended up fighting each other. The two trees rather, and they both ended up fighting each other. So yeah, there is white spiders. There's not an abundance of white spiders, and the elves can coexist with the white spiders, but over time those white spiders have forgotten their origins, they've forgotten their nature, and are left to their own devices kind of thing. But there are spiders that have an ancestry in the Undying Lands, whereas the black spiders kind of just are offspring of evilness of Middle-earth. There's this east-west divide kind of thing, good and evil, light and dark kind of thing, that happens across most of Tolkien mythology and Middle-earth. Basically, if you're born in Middle-earth, you're knackered. That's the Ugaland. That's it, Ugaland. I can't remember her name. Ungaland. Yes, she's the grandmother of Shelob. And I'm going to say Melkor. Melkor kind of led the attack on the two trees in Valinor, and Ungaland, she killed the two trees. She actually poisoned them. And the leaves from the two trees in the Valinor, which provided the light, one had golden leaves and one had silver leaves, and from that you can deduce yourself that that is the sun and the moon. And the light, those leaves were taken and they were used in the creation of the Tower of the Sun and the Tower of the Moon. And the Tower of the Sun was set in the north, and the Tower of the Moon was set in the south, and all that kind of stuff. And this created the sun and the moon, because before then there was no sun nor moon. There was just the light of the trees. Again, we're talking in a time before hobbits, before men, and predominantly before the dwarfies. This is the time of the elves. We're gonna. I'm running around in circles here, guys. I've done a couple of things, so I'm gonna have to hand some quests in. Where is my tree? Okay, it's over here. I can see the ladder. It just seems to be hanging down from here. The High Elves are going to be very pompous. They're going to be very arrogant. They're going to look down on every race of Middle-earth, including the Sindar and the Sylvan. Not so much the Sylvan, but the Sindar they will look down upon. Um, because they were brought into existence by the Father Creator of everything. There you go. So I imagine if you want to play that type of character, where you think you are the know-it-all, be-it-all, everything kind of thing,
Wary traveler. Orcs have come down from
then the High Elf's going to be perfect for you.
and lady have need of your services.
She was Shelob's mother. I think she was Shelob's grandmother. Let me just double check that. Let me just double check that, because I thought she was Shelob's. That's there's usually a family tree or something like that. Let me just double check. Oh, she's a daughter. Yeah, she's a daughter. I thought she was a granddaughter. Driven off by Balrog's blood, fled into the yeah, she is. Yeah, you're right, Jay. Onwards the borders of Mord. Yeah, yeah. Interesting fact. Um, mother. Yeah, Shelob's mother. Yes. Interesting fact. Shelob didn't die. Shelob didn't die in Lord of the Rings. A lot of people kind of misconcept that when Sam was stabbing at her and blinding her and all that kind of stuff. When he was rescuing Frodo, Shelob didn't die. There was no, he didn't kill Shelob. The what happened to Shelob was never mentioned. It's interesting. It's interesting to find out. A lot of people have speculated that she was injured beyond the fact that where she was blinded and she could no longer hunt for herself and all the rest of it, though starved to death in the end. But it was never proven. It was never known what happened to Shelob. And you can go back and you can watch the film and you can read the books and that kind of stuff. It doesn't say Shelob dies. So Sam did not kill Shelob, which is interesting. So Shelob's probably out there somewhere still. Yeah, but Shelob was is the daughter of Ungelord, so it makes you wonder how big this mother must have been. Um, and in typical spider fashion, they do not bear just one offspring. There is myriads of Shelobs out there. She's just one of the ones that survived all the way through to the time of the Lord of the Rings, the Fourth Age. I don't know, but for a high elf, they would be incredibly old. We're going that way. I just wonder which way we're going there. They'd be incredibly old. They would be very wise. They would be arrogant. They would look upon everything in Middle Earth as being artificial, kind of. Can I kill him? Yeah, I kill him. Non-deserving, and everything would pale in comparison to what they have witnessed in the Valinor. So I think the Noldor is going to be a very interesting race to be able to play or cast. You get GoPros in them. Yeah. There's been some crazy names. If you have a Sindar or Quenya to English dictionary, then I'd recommend you use something like that. Lothlorien would be alright for them. For who? The elf? Yeah, Lady Galadriel. Lady Galadriel. There's a funny thing, because Lady Galadriel, when the High Elves sailed over to Middle-earth, they're like saying, okay, we've heard about this interesting new land, let's go over and have a look and check it out and let's see what it's like. A what dictionary? A Sindar. I'll put it in there. I'll put it in the chat here. So it's a Sindarian or Quenya. Now, I can cover a little bit a lot about the actual differences in languages. One's actually significantly older than the other. Um, one's significantly older over, and you can tell which one's the younger one if you know the descendants of the Noldor are the Sindar, so you can understand that the Sindar one's the newer language, and Quenya is the ancient language, and Quenya will be the one spoken by the Noldor. It's a magical language, and you hear Arwen speak it when she's casting spells. When she is casting a spell, when she's crossing the ford. Ah, there's BVS. Hey, BVS. When she's crossing the ford, just before Imladris, before Rivendell, she mutters in Quenya. In Quenya. So it's a significantly older, more ancient language. And if you use an English to Sindar, I would go with Sindar rather than Quenya because there's more words in Sindar than there is in Quenya because Quenya is a very ancient language. There's not so much of it written down and few words have been missed and lost. So go with Sindar or Sindarin. There's the other one called Sylvan language. But the words in Sindar and Sylvan tend to mean the same thing, but a couple of letters might have been switched around, and you will come across those kind of things. So if you were looking up Galadriel in Sindar and using a Sindar to English dictionary, it will tell you the meaning of that word. If you were thinking Fingalfin, which basically means the golden head or something like that. If you translate, and you might need to break those words up. So if you go Finn, Gol, Finn, break those words up. It will give you the translation of what that word, that name, literally means in our native tongue, which is English. And I would go with that kind of thing. Yeah. So Mithrandir is grey pilgrim. Myth meaning grey, as in mithril, which is grey metal. Yeah, mithril, and Mithrandir. So the word myth means grey. So you can kind of like pick a name, and you can switch those words around and still get the same meaning. So you can get some really improvative kind of MERP, Middle Earth roleplay kind of names and things like that. Yes, hobbits tend to use double lettering. A lot of people say, well, can you prove that? And I'm saying, yes, you can. Frodo has 2 O's in it. Pippin has 2 P's in it. Merry has 2 R's in it. Or Meriadoc. His name's Meriadoc. And it's not Pippin, it's Peregrine. But it has 2 P's in it. So it has that double lettering kind of thing in it. Bilbo. Yeah. Has the double B in it. The 2 letters don't have to be side by side. Yeah, a lot of people think it has to be like a double O, a double B, or a double L, or it doesn't. It just has to be the same letter, kind of at the beginning of the word and the end of the word. They usually keep their names short, but they have the same letter in twice in a short name. That's how hobbits kind of go around naming themselves. And you can go through it and you can look, and you'll come across them. It doesn't follow that rule entirely. It depends where in the Shire they actually are reside. If they're in the centre of the Shire, they tend to have the double lettering in the name. If they are in the on the outskirts of the Shire, like towards the Bree or the Brandywine and places like that, then they tend not to. I did see BVS running around somewhere, one of our members. Oh, there he is. Hello! So I'm going to go around and just collect some branches while BVS, one of our colleagues, is going to go around and probably help us out with some deeds. So there you go. You will come across those kinds of stylings. If it's a family name, such as Gladriel or something like that, they tend to use the last few letters of their name to indicate association. So in my instance, I've got Nostriel. And Nostriel is a member of the family of Gladriel. So this is Nostriel and it's the Real. And strange coincidence is Real is Latin for royal. So there you go, as in Sangreal. Okay, or Sangreal. So the Real is basically Latin for royal. Language is very important when it comes to Tolkien's works. He is a professor of Anglo-Saxon, as well as and Sylvan's one of them was a combination between Welsh and Finnish. Yeah, so there you go. That is a well-known fact. Where are we going? I'm gonna go kill a few things up here. Beautiful day in Lothlorien. Spent most of it going over a little bit of law and things like that, but it's a beautiful day. It's freezing outside the UK. Waiting for the snow to come down. There we go, just kill the orcs. That's 4 orcs done. Right, can I go back this way now? Yes, let's go this. We haven't done a lot of adventuring around Middle-earth, to be honest. We just seem to have gone up and down this river. The Cellebrand. And is it pronounced Cellebrand, not Celebrant? Because they don't, when elves speak, it is where they pronounce C's as K's. That's one thing that you might want to bear in mind when you're picking a name. It's Cellebrand. It's like Celeborn, not Celeborn. It's Celeborn. And that is reflected in the Lord of the Rings movie as well, where they did have a Tolkien expert on stage, on set with them, saying them exactly how they're supposed to say the names and things like that. And all C's, when spoken by an elf, is pronounced as a K. It can be written as a C, but it's pronounced as a K. And the other interesting thing is dwarves don't use the letter C at all. They don't use the letter C. They start words with K, as in Kazakh Doom. They don't put a C in it. It starts with a K. And when you run around Moria, you see a lot of places labelled with the letter K, as opposed to a C. Whereas the elves, they tend to use the letter C, but still pronounce it as a K. It's really mixed up, but you might find that interesting also. I think we've gone too far. Well, we're going. We've gone too far. We need to collect orc weapons again. Okay. So we got the Celebrand, or Celeborn. They would use a C. They would pronounce it as a K, but they would use a C. And the dwarves, they would still pronounce it as a K, but they would actually write a K. So there you go, like in Kazakh Doom. Hope you guys are having a great day anyway. I know it's half term for many people in the UK, and I'm sure there's a lot of people all got plans for their half term. I have today off. I've done my editing for the day. And we're just doing a little bit of running around. Like I say, if you are very interested in following the big orc there, our adventures in Middle-earth, not just in Lord of the Rings Online, we do a online radio show kind of thing with tabletop Dungeons and Dragons style, called MERP, Middle-earth Roleplay. It's up to episode 83 now. Now each episode is nearly an hour to 2 hours long each, so there's over 200 hours worth of listening to, and you can listen to it on the website or you can listen to it on YouTube as well. And please feel free. All the sound effects, the music, and all that kind of stuff is all incorporated into it, so it doesn't sound like it's just somebody reading a story like Stephen Fry. It is quite action driven. And it's an interesting story. There's a lot of lore in that as well if you're interested in that kind of thing. It's well worth listening to. Go over and check that out. There have been some requests for us to continue the stories once the saga's completed. It's a lot of fun, Jai, yeah. For us to continue that story, that's something that I have already factored in, but I'm not going to tell you how the story ends. All I've said is that it will end around episode 120. You guys are in for some real excitement coming. But go ahead and check that out and listen to it and see. I'm going to check to see my loot because I've probably got stuff in here I might want to keep. Like that. And that. And probably them. And that. And that maybe. Oh dear. Oh, orc weapons, that's what I was looking for. I was wondering what... there they are there. Let's get rid of him. So, go ahead and check that out. Oh, there's my Oxley. Yay! Deed complete. Thank you. More points. And during that story, we do adventure into areas that are not covered in Lord of the Rings Online. So you do get to first-hand listen to... I don't know what the hell that was. You do get first-hand knowledge of those particular areas and get to experience what they're like in sight and in sound and in culture. It's really, really exciting. There is tons of areas of Middle-earth that have not been explored. And areas that have been explored and catalogued and recorded and documented that have not been... you're probably not aware of. Estelfair's rage is the best. I'll let her know. Deed complete. Yay, there we go. So we got some more talking-y things there. We'll have them. More points. It's not like we're short of points. It's raining snow now, and BVS is making it snow. Let's have a mosey's up here and see if I can find some more orc weapons, and then what we'll do is we'll probably break for lunch, and then if you want to join us again in a couple of hours, we're going to do some dungeon runs. Oh, better kill him. We're going to try and do some dungeon runs, and if you want to see how somebody who knows the lore of Middle-earth measure up to a person who can game, it's interesting to find out, because trust me guys, being able to actually understand this and know the history behind it all and game it is completely different, and it usually ends in complete chaos. Usually it ends, in fact it will end in complete chaos, because it usually does. If you want to go ahead and follow, then go ahead and follow. If you want to send me a message, you can send me a message. You can send me a message via iGame Online, or you can send me a message in Twitch, or you can send me a message in game. I'm playing Nostriel. That's Nostrial, belonging to the kingship of iGame Online. iGame Online is our online media group, and if you want to go over and check that out and maybe get yourself signed up, listen to some of our shows, and if you've got some ideas and things like that, please share them with everybody. It's completely free to use. And Lord of the Rings is not the only game we play. We do a lot of other MMO games, so if you're into MMO games, or if you're into video games in general, but Lord of the Rings is not your kind of thing and you're just watching this because you're listening to the lore or something like that, just, getting some information, we do some DC Universe Online, we do some Elite Dangerous, we do some Final Fantasy 14, we do some World of Warcraft, We do a lot of other different things as well. We're going to do a little bit of retro gaming at some point in the future. So if you are of an era that I've been describing, such as the 80s and 90s, then you remember things like the Commodore 64, the Sinclair Spectrum, the Atari, what the ones was there at the time? BBC Model B, the Acorn Electrons, the Auric, the Dragon 32, all those types of ones, the Toshiba MX, all those ones, the 8-bit and 16-bit eras, the Atari STs and the STFMs and all that kind of stuff, then you're in great company because those are the computers that I learned how to computer program on. And I spent a great many time playing, I'm going this way, yes, games from that particular era. Such as the Nintendo, the old NES system, the Master System 2, the Mega Drive, the Mega CD, all those kind of eras and things like that. The Atari Lynx and Game Boys and stuff like that. We cover all that kind of stuff. So numerous. It was an interesting time to say the least. We do a little bit of video game history as well. So if you're interested in learning a little bit about video game history, the origins of the Sony PlayStation and the such as like that, the ColecoVision, Magnavox Odyssey, Ataris, general computing and all that kind of stuff, then go over and get yourself signed up to iGame Online. We do workshops from time to time as well on video editing, graphics, website design, programming, even a little bit of game development as well. And one of those things that we're looking to introduce fairly soon is, because we do a lot of game engines as well. We use the Game Guru engine, we use the RPG Maker engines, is we're going to use the Smile. We're looking to using the Smile game engine very, very soon. So if you want to stick around and learn a little bit about computer programming and game development and design, character profiling and stuff like that, then you might want to get yourself signed up for that kind of thing. If you want to be part of one of these videos, then feel free. Send me a message and we'll get you on the show. Okay, so we're in the area. Oh, hey, you. What am I looking for? I need 2 more. No, set fire the barricades. Okay, this is what I'm doing. This is what happens, guys, when I am just chilling, playing a video game. And who are you? You know, he's a bad. He's got a name above his head. That's all. I just want to shoot him. He may drop something interesting. Probably not. I'll have that though. I'll have them and all. Although I probably want to sell those, to be honest, because I think we've maxed out on all the scrolls for the group. If you're wanting to get into Lord of the Rings and you want to get into a group where you can be part of all this, then please get yourself signed over to the US Brandywine server. And we're looking for a group called iGame Online, or just send me a message in game. I'll give you a friend invite and we'll get you in the community. Oh, Jay's going to be doing a little bit of streaming with the Telltale Game of Thrones. From the beginning, is it, Jay? Anybody interested in that, don't forget, it's on half price. I think it's on half price on Steam. So if it's something that you want to get... No, it's the Batman one. It's Batman 1. Sorry, the Batman one is half price on Steam. Sorry. I thought it was the Game of Thrones one. No, it's the Batman one that's half price on Steam. You want to get that... then shoot over to Steam and get yourself a copy of that. And then while that's going down, you can download. You can watch Jai play his Game of Thrones online. If you want to check out the iGame Online has a Twitch channel, which has numerous of us all streaming different things throughout the day. Then get yourself following that one as well. We've got some cosplayers who I need to check up on actually, who are doing some crafting and some cosplay design, making some costumes and things like that, and they may be doing some live streaming tomorrow, you never know. So if you tune in, you might catch them. From the start, cool. That's good, Jai. So if you want to tune in and watch and listen to Jai, who's going to be doing some live streaming of Game of Thrones, that's going to follow this on the iGame Online's Twitch channel, not on Whispers, but please feel free to keep following if you want to follow me. But go over and check iGame Online's Twitch channel, all one word, just iGame Online, and get yourself tuned up in that one. It'll auto show, and there's a few of us that like to just stream on directly onto that. Or you can go over, you can check Jai's Jai452 Twitch channel, and if you do miss any episodes, don't panic. So if you do start in one of these shows, then and you want to show your friends afterwards, they do get archived and they do get exported to our YouTube channel as well. So after being edited, you can catch up on anything that you've missed. So if you want to see any more of Whisper running around and seeing what he gets up to in Lord of the Rings Online, please feel free to go over to the YouTube channel and just watch a couple of catch-ups on that one. Oh, and it's coming up to around about 3 o'clock in the UK now, and Whisper's getting a little hungry. So I'm deciding what to have for lunch. I know, I'm sorry we haven't adventured too far. We just stuck around Lake Miramar pretty much all the day, haven't we? Talking about lore and the world of Tolkien and his works and his ideas and his insight into this wonderful, there's the gate I need to get, the wonderful world that he's created. And it's a world without end as well. It doesn't end at the end of Lord of the Rings. It does continue. Like I say, all the orcs don't disappear and all the trolls don't disappear suddenly in the middle of the night or anything like that. They do stick around for at least 500 years or so. It's something that doesn't actually end. The elves do eventually all leave Middle-earth, and very few get the opportunity to actually sail to the Undying Lands. Not just the elves. We do see at the end of the movie, we do see Bilbo and Frodo sail to the Undying Land, and that's because they are ring keepers. If they are ring keepers, they are allowed to sail to the Undying Lands. And Sam is considered a ring keeper because for a short time he did actually carry the ring. He did actually carry the one ring. When they were on the sides of Mount Doom, Frodo carried the one ring. Therefore he is allowed to sail into the Undying Lands as promised by the Valar and the elves. The only exception is that Gimli, in a twist of fate, is allowed to sail to the Undying Land at the request of Legolas. Legolas actually returns back to Middle-earth, actually comes back to Middle-earth from the Valar. When he's actually left, he comes back, and he comes back seeking his friend, the dwarf, Gimli, and he gives him the opportunity to travel with him to the Valinor, which no other dwarf actually gets the opportunity to do, which I thought was quite nice. Good indication of the great friendship between Gimli and Legolas. Little bits like that, little bits of lore like that, do get missed occasionally, and they are quite nice to read up on. Did I destroy all the gates? I did, didn't I? Okay, let's go. And because I've got no clue where we're going, we'll hand these two quests in, guys, and then that'll end it for today. We've been streaming for how long? Have we been streaming for? I'm just going to bring up my little clock here. For over 4 hours. It's great to see people tuning in and watching and listening and asking questions and for the follows and all that kind of stuff, and um, get to meet new people and talk to new people and help players out and things like that. Not just with games, but with anything technical or anything that they might be sharing an interest in. Um, that's the whole idea behind iGame Online, is that we all help each other and we all try to brighten each other's day and have a bit of a laugh and a bit of a joke at the same time. So we're going to go down here. There's Lorien. You can see Lorien, the very, very tall trees. Just past Lorien. If you keep going that way, I assume we're facing east. BBS just parks his horse right in the way. There we go. Facing east, we can see there's Lorien, and just beyond Lorien there is a flat plain land. Let's just zoom out the way. There we go. There's a flat plain land which goes down to the River Anderwin, and then on the other side of the River Anderwin there is an open kind of like dry tundra, flat plains, and then there's a few kind of woodsman's towns, you know what I mean, like Northmen. You kind of see a brief of them in the Two Towers when you see the hillsmen come down and start attacking the villages of Rohan and things like that. The wild men kind of thing. That's what Saruman kind of incites, rounds up and kind of coerces them to attack the Rohan and cause chaos. There's a couple of those, and then there is Mirkwood, Greenwood the Great, formerly Greenwood the Great, that has fallen into second times with the return of the Necromancer, aka Sauron, the Lieutenant, or the Great Lieutenant. He has returned to Dol Guldur, not in that capacity. His presence has returned there, but he still resides in Mordor. But Dol Guldur is under the command of the second of the nine. So we have the Witch King, who's in Agmar, who we have run into several times. We have the second of the nine, who's in Dol Guldur, and we have the third of the nine, Dwar, the Dog Lord, who is in Mordor, the gates of Mordor, the Black Gates, in one of the towers there. The other person that's in the other tower is the Mouth of Sauron. Mouth of Sauron is not a Nazgul Lord. He is the spokesperson of Sauron, the kind of the high priest who interprets Sauron's will and dictates it out to his minions, kind of thing. He resides in the other tower in the Teeth of Mordor, the other Fang kind of thing, as if you want to see it as being like the like vampire teeth kind of thing. Two big tall spires that stretch up into the heavens, and a row of very, very sharp pointy battlements made of kind of like an obsidian kind of like black glass lava, covered in soot and dust. So that's way off into the distance. Middle-earth is a huge place. It's a huge game. There's lots of adventuring to be done. So if you wanna just if you wanna jump into the game, if this is your first MMO, then get yourself involved. Join a community. Join a great server. Everybody's very friendly, and you want to drop us a message, then feel free. You want to join iGame Online, then feel free. We don't limit our numbers or anything like that. If this is your first MMO, then it's a great one to get started with. There's plenty of people here to help. Doesn't matter what level you are or how capable you are. If this is not the game for you, then you want to go and check out DC Universe Online, or if you want to check out Final Fantasy 14 or Elite Dangerous or the various other games as well, various MMOs like World of Warcraft and things like that. We have plenty of members who do adventure and game and stream and record and edit and do all sorts of things like that, run events and things like that across the whole iGame spectrum. I've been your host, Wispa, and this has been Wispa and Friends playing Lord of the Rings Online. We'll be back again in a few hours' time, but in the meantime, if you want to jump over to Jai452 and check out his playthrough of the Game of Thrones Telltale series, then feel free. Hope you've had a great day, guys. I will see you all again very soon.